This game that I'll be casting is a 2v2v2v2 for the CCC. For those who don't know, the CCC is an event held it's either every other month or every 3 months. I don't know which, honestly. In which several clans compete in a variety of game modes to see who will get the most points. In today's game that I'll be casting, it is 4 teams of 2 facing off against each other in a 2v2v2v2 FFA game. No other
From the
special
first
rules.
stirrings of life beneath
I don't
water
believe players are
to the
allowed to form
great
friendships or
beasts of the
alliances
Stone
with
Age,
players on other
to
teams.
man taking his first upright steps,
But
you have come
like
far.
in all FFAs,
Now
you
begins your
probably want to
greatest
avoid early
quest.
war unless it's like
From this
you
early
have a
cradle of
massive crushing
civilization
advantage.
on towards the stars.
Like you generally still want to just sim up and attack later in the game because it's still a free-for-all format. If you and another team are fighting, but then the other 2 teams are just chilling, you will just get outscaled. Let's see here. Let me look at the POV of the teams. First team we've got here, S&D and Kiber. We have Vietnam spawning over here. And then his ally spawning very far away. Like almost on the opposite side of the world. Which might be a small problem. They will have difficulty trading with each other or defending each other. Another team, is this set up so that they spawn on opposite sides? I don't actually know what the settings were. But another team spawning basically as far away as possible. We have the Catherine Black Queen and Kublai Mongolia. Interesting pairing here. Both of these are pretty solid war civs built around Diploviz advantages. Catherine getting a diplomatic visibility advantage for free. Mongolia getting double combat strength from Diploviz advantage. Unfortunately, they don't pair together. I don't think Catherine grants her level of Diploviz to her allies, or that would be like insane. So really just no real synergy here. Just 2 civs that just happen to be similar. We've got Persia spawning quite a ways away from Khmer here. It seems like they're probably the closest of any of the teammates we've looked at so far. They're actually not that far compared to each other. There is a Torres right here, right between Khmer and Mongolia. So we'll see who finds this first. I mean, it's much easier for Mongolia to settle. They have this really great cattle settle right here. This gives a 3-1 city center. Then they can easily work some of these tiles. But the yields are higher on this side. So if Dave here on Persia can get a settle over here, these tiles are just really juicy just because there's more features and hills over here. Teamers meta is one player gets fed and another ints into the other, right? Not necessarily. Oh wow, these are very close. So Team 1 with Hot Jabs and Vescatus are not going to have any difficulties trading with each other, which is very helpful for them because one of them is playing the Ottomans, whose entire kit is built around the fact that they have a unique bank that grants extra trade route capacity. So definitely good for them that they will be able to trade. Because they're so close together and so many of these other players are so far away from their teammates, we could see them gang up on somebody. Like, I don't see how Kiber would defend if these 2 go together to attack him. But obviously, they haven't scouted each other yet, so we'll see what they do. The timing would obviously be with Ottoman's unique units, Janissaries. Vietnam, at least, is a very defensively oriented civ. It would be hard to push into, but definitely doable in the 1v2. And Ottomans snowball harder off of a kill than most other civs because cities they conquer don't lose any population. It's one of their civ bonuses. So if we see these 2 gang up on somebody, you would expect them to give the cities to the Ottoman player. Let's look around here. What city-states do we have in this game? Where's the Namadal? Namadal is very far away from any of the naval civs that might want to use it. This would have been incredible if Maori had access to it. being one of the best city-states in the game, but only really working on the naval civs. But he's not gonna find that anytime soon. His teammate might find it for him, but we will see. Looking here, we got a recon unit scout, or a recon unit hut coming out from Vescatus. Probably wants to switch what he's working to work the 4-0 tile. Seeing a city growing in 11 turns is never a good thing this early. Still everybody pumping out 2 scouts. It looks like SND already on the settler. I think he actually just went 1 scout directly into settler, and the reason he has 2 scouts is either because his teammate traded him the gold to buy a scout, or he got a scout hut. I don't know which, but it's obvious he did not produce both of these. He's made Bart's sake. I think I might have said the wrong player, but yeah, Bart's sake here. So, yeah, probably some gold trading shenanigans. Opinion on Civ 7 looks neat. I don't have early access to it. I will be playing it on stream when it comes out, though. Honestly, I probably could have gotten early access to it if I had asked, but I never did. I assumed they would reach out to me, which was probably a faulty assumption. Holy Site coming out from Kiber. Unsurprising. Oh, this is the Kiber. Yeah. Wow, this is a pretty solid spawn. You got the continent split right here. But yeah, so much cocoa. He is not going to be hurting for gold at all. You can improve all these bananas and cocoa with plantations. BBG plantations give +1 prod if built on flat tiles. All of these are flat tiles, so you do want to improve them right away. They'll turn into 2-2-5s on the cocoa and 3-2-2s on the bananas. So far, I don't know if any players have met each other. Seems like none of the teams have necessarily met. Oh. Yeah, Dave and Kiber see each other, which means their allies also have met each other, because meeting a player meets everybody on their team. We're going to see Holy Site Vietnam coming out here. Vietnam has a variety of playable build orders. Holy sites are just one of them. So, interesting decision coming out here from Kiber to go for that. If he meets Vatican City, he could be rewarded with some extra yields on his shrine buildings. I don't believe anybody's met this yet. Yep. Nobody has any envoys in it. Dave, I believe, is about to meet Nazca. He has not already. He should be able to see, using the settler lens, that there is a city-state here. And he has met it. I don't see the envoy coming out. I mean, he moved onto the hill, so he definitely revealed it there. Already seeing a lot of volcanoes erupting. Some very good yields for Coupe's expand if he decides to go inland. Honestly, there is a strong chance that he just wants to go on coast. So in that case, he would probably want to settle over here, 2-2 city center, good harbor, solid tiles. I am not sure if he actually even sees the volcano eruption. He does see it. Also, he settled on top of a resource that's yielding some gold here. We have cotton in his city center. Nice tempo there. And the Muscat first meet. So he's going to be having a lot of gold here. 9 gold per turn. Most in the lobby. Flooding over here, almost killing 2 scouts. Honestly, I think Sprig might be able to kill this scout if he declares war and slams. Nope, not quite. Yeah, he has that +3 combat strength from being Catherine Black Queen. Because he has the level of Diplo Viz right away. First player in the world to settle their expand coming out here. I mean, Art's sake did go 1 scout directly into a settler. The only player in the world to not go for 2 scouts in his opener. So it's unsurprising that he gets his city out right away. What is a little bit surprising, does he have animal husbandry yet? I mean, I see the 3-1 yields here, but I don't see the 3-1 yields here. If he had animal husbandry, he should have the horses revealed, so he should see the extra yields in his land to reflect that. Yeah, I don't know why this is showing 2-0 and this is showing 3-1. There's some inconsistency here that is showing the yields for one of the horses, but not the other when both of them are in his land. Did Maori settle inland? No, Maori he did move. I think he might have spawned here, and then he moved inland 1 tile to go for the cotton. But he is probably still going to go, I imagine, for harbors here. Otherwise, he would have settled down here. Also, wow, did this volcano erupt again this turn? These yields are insane. Well, if he wasn't going to settle there before, he'll definitely settle there now. He sees this tile. There's no way he doesn't go here now, knowing that there's this tile here, and knowing that there's a possibility that there are also more good tiles than the tiles he has not revealed. So Maori just chilling. Vietnam here, having 3-2 spices in their second city. They also are, their land's okay, but man, they're going to be a bit cramped in here. They have neighbors in every direction, and none of them are their ally. So Team 4, going to be interesting to watch. The Maori over here with an incredible god spawn. The Vietnam down here with a very cramped spawn. I mean, the land's nice, but they're the only player who's like really close to 2 people on the same team. All the other teams are split up, but this team's together. We already see the bronze working coming out. Unsurprising, Vietnam has unique encampments that don't count as a specialty district, are cheaper, and give a bunch of culture. So while for anybody else, bronze working would indicate that they're probably going for an early game war, and teching it to get their hands on an encampment for a great general, for Vietnam specifically, doesn't really mean anything. They just want their unique district, even if they're being peaceful. Dave over here going really far with this settler. I'm surprised that he decided to go off fresh up here. I mean, personally, like, I don't really like these settles where you have to open with a granary because you have no fresh water. We will see if he just settles directly on the wonder. If he is going this direction, I imagine he'll just take this settle right here. He does not see this settle here. I don't believe they see each other's units. S&D getting a relic cut. Maori's luck continues. We might see him trade that to his ally in order to get the Pantheon for his ally faster, because S&D over here already has his Pantheon. So giving the relic to his teammate so they can get their Pantheon quickly would probably be the correct play. And we do see the city coming out here from Dave on the wonder. I mean, it's a bit pointless to have this much food when you can't even grow, right? Like, this city has no housing. So even though it's working a 4-1 tile, it still grows in 4 turns. I've always been skeptical of a lot of these settles for wonders that are like too far away from fresh water. Also, I saw a thing saying that he got a relic or something. I don't know, there's a campus coming out from Sprig down here. Perhaps for Eriscore. Let me see. The first scientist is Hypatia, so maybe he just wants to secure this. It is the best of the early game great scientists. S&D already has a settler coming over here. He's bringing a scout back to escort it. Is wise. More yields being added by natural disasters in his land, although I believe this killed population. It did not. He lost no population at all over here. So now he just has an extra prod on this tile. Although it did pillage the fishing boat, that's fine. This builder can come back and repair this. I mean, he literally just got free yields. This would be a 2-2 city center, but now it's a 2-3. Any special rules we should know? Not really. Players are not allowed to declare friendships or alliances with their other teams. But other than that, it's just a regular FFA, except every player has one teammate. So it's a 2v2v2v2. See here, X. Yep, S&D is in fact going harbors. Got a lot of currency clickers. Got another bronze working clicker. So Sprig here is for sure planning something. Like if you go campus straight into bronze working, you're going 2 campuses into discount encampments probably. And on Catherine, Black Queen, who gets extra combat strength right away. This could only mean that he's planning to do something aggressive early. Or maybe he's just alarmed at how close he is to Grand Columbia and he thinks that he needs this for defense. But I mean, I wouldn't throw my game away just because I think that I might need a general for defense. This land looks pretty defensible. You have like some good rivers you can hold along. You have extra combat strength. See the second campus coming out. If you plant woods on Taurus, will the tiles have 2 prod? No, it only doubles the yield of terrain, not of features. Woods are a feature, right? So woods still only add 1 prod to the tile, but hills are a terrain. So hills add 2 prod to the tiles here. Yeah, you see, doubles the terrain yield. So Grassland Hill is a 4-2. Grassland Hill, if there were woods on any of these hills, these would be a 4-3. Not a 4-4. It would only add 1 from the woods. Third settlement coming out. We finally have this city being settled by Maori. Going for a holy site in his inland city. Probably will want to buy this tile later, but I mean, he doesn't need to buy it now. He can't work it until the city hits 2 pop. Who has the most prod in the game? Unsurprisingly, it's the Maori. I mean, the Civ would normally have the most prod even if his spawn didn't have this tile down here or these extra yields. Although Maori does not have... He actually doesn't have early Empire yet. In BBG, you need to get to early Empire before you get the +1 prod on all unimproved wood styles from your Civ bonus as Maori. So we're still 4 turns off of early Empire and already the most prod in the lobby. So he's going to be very big once that kicks in. Ottomans getting another settlement down here. And this, honestly, fairly lousy settlement from Sprig here. Although he should know that there are horses on this tile. You see that he doesn't have the yields because he doesn't have horses revealed, but his teammate probably does have the horse technology, like Bart's here. I don't know why I see the 31 here and the 2-0 here. But if his teammate has horses revealed, he would tell him, oh, there's horses here. This will be an okay city. For now, though, the city really lousy until he reveals the horses himself. Okay, another campus opener. Seems like this is going to be some pretty aggressive stuff. Probably going to be a bit of an era war between these 2 players. The difference is that Hot Jabs here can get reinforced by his ally, Vescatus, while Sprig is way too far away from Bart's to get any real reinforcement in his war against Grand Colombia. Who is the second observer? They are an AI. It is to balance out World Congress because the better spectator mod is a bit scuffed. So what will happen is that I'm forced to vote in every World Congress for something or other. And having the AI spectator, they're guaranteed to always put one vote on A in every resolution. So if I put one vote on B in every resolution, it should not change the overall outcome of the Congress. Why do people go for campus openers? It's more common in teamers where your plan is to just go for early war. You can go like campus plus encampment, get a general, and then just slam a bunch of units into your neighbor and have your teammate bankroll you. Because you would go like negative gold per turn doing this, but if your teammate has like commercial hubs or harbors, they can fund you. Now, do I think that's a good idea in a 2v2v2v2? No. In a 4v4, yes. In a 2v2v2v2, I think this is probably the wrong approach to the game. Because if anybody is just able, like if any team has both players just able to completely free sim, no warring, just building up their infrastructure as normal, they would be way ahead of everybody else. Like bad karma down here, probably chilling. I mean, we will see if he's left alone. Almost everybody in this game is like a Teamers player. I don't think we have any players who regularly play FFA, so maybe their mindset is different. But yeah, I could see this Maori also just being like left alone and just taking over the game. So long as his teammate can hold out. Honestly, I think team number 4 is in a great position just because everybody who could have threatened Vietnam seems like they're beefing with somebody else, right? Like Dave and Bart's up here are clearly going to be at odds with each other. And then we have Grand Colombia fighting with France over here. So somehow, despite spawning in the middle of everyone, Vietnam is probably just going to be completely unharassed this game, as well as their allies. So, Ottomans and Grand Colombia can trade. True. They are the only team that's close enough to easily trade to each other. We could see actually Dave and Bad Karma here on the Khmer and Persia ganging up on this Mongolia. They actually are close enough together to try to just 2v1 him, and his ally is way too far away to defend him. So it's possible that's what we'll see, and if they do this, they pull off this 1v2 successfully, and it's like a clean kill, they could be in a very good position afterwards. Another volcanic eruption coming out over here. Some solid tiles. I don't know if Dave sees this. He does. He doesn't see the best tile, but he sees some good tiles. 4-2 eludes him. It's not actually a 4-2, I think, because it's showing this yield because I have Niter revealed, but the players themselves don't have Niter revealed. So the yields would be lower for them. We do see the world's first commercial hub getting placed somewhere. I dismissed the notification, so now I have to go hunt it down. Where was that? Ah, here it is. Ottomans here placing their com hubs. Everybody seems like they're securing their golden ages. 2 players still need a couple of points, but with 5 turns left, shouldn't be hard. It's generally pretty easy to hit your golden ages in this format because you get a lot of era score if you've met every player in the world. And if you or your teammate meets anybody, you meet both that player and their teammate. So it's very easy to meet everybody and just get that source of era score. So I don't imagine we're going to see anybody missing their golden age. All right. See here, nobody earning any general points. We'll see who ends up getting their hands on Hypatia here. Has a religion been founded? Not yet. No religions quite yet. Nobody running any projects. They will be waiting passively to get it. Oh, we already have some war breaking out over here. Seems that this was probably pillaged by the scout. I don't see the little war icon up here, which I don't know what the deal is with better spectator mod. I think I had this issue. Yeah, there we go. They are at war. So yeah, the scout was the one that pillaged this plantation here. And they're also fighting over here. Yeah, Bartsake here. Probably a goner. This is not going to be a fun 1v2 for him. Wait, the ally who didn't meet only sees the Met player? They have to declare war for both? Okay, noted. I have not actually played or casted nearly enough 2v2v2 to know exactly how it works. In teamers, like 4v4, players generally just declare war on each other almost immediately within a turn or two of meeting. So then you meet everybody that way. But not necessarily true in this format. You have the world's first galley coming out here just to scout. Possibly, maybe thought he might need it for air score as well. Ended up not needing it, ultimately, though. Everybody finally has enough air score to secure their golden. It seems like the most interesting places to watch are going to be over here to see if this guy can defend. See if there's like an actual effort to make a push here. Dave picking up mining. So if he doesn't have mining yet, then that means that well, he actually just finished mining because the circle's empty. When it shows one turn with an empty circle, it means he just finished it. Could be going for Immortals, but it seems like he's already going for Horsemen. So we are going to be seeing Horsemen rather than Immortals here. He'll probably go for bronze working and start working on some Immortals in a bit, I imagine, if he is going for this war. Meanwhile, his ally, Kiber, is just going for currency. Dude's chilling. Wow, Maori going quite wide here. S&D with already has a settler for his 4th city and pumping out 2 more settlers, taking full advantage of the fact that he has a bunch of space over here. He could lose the settler if he's not careful. Like, he probably should be escorting this. Just because of the fact that, I'm pretty sure he's... I was gonna say that he's gonna be at war with Grand Colombia, but... Grand Colombia might be more concerned with France. He might not want to open up another front with, Kiber and S&D. I mean, if he sees a settler, I imagine he'll just go for it anyway. But we'll see. Temple of Artemis coming out down here from Vescatus. Just placing it down for now. Looks like he wants to finish his commercial hub before he starts on it. Nobody has a finished commercial hub yet. Sprig already on 3 scientist points per turn. Already has 3 campuses finished, while nobody else has more than 1. Oh yeah, good point, by the way. I forgot. Maori can swim settlers from turn 1. So he really doesn't have to worry too much about the settler steal. Scouts cannot embark until they get the shipbuilding technology, and I really don't think you have to worry about Grand Colombia picking up the shipbuilding technology anytime soon. That being said, even if they can embark, I'm not sure scouts can steal settlers in the water. I think you might need a proper naval unit if you want to steal a settler that's in the water. A lot of slingers coming out over here. Not sure exactly why everybody always seems to play 2v2v2v2s like this, where they just go for like early war all in. I mean, it makes sense in some positions, right? Like Dave here and Bad Karma, they could easily probably gang up on this Mongolia here and kill him fast enough that the war actually pays off. But in some positions, like Grand Colombia and France here, they're just both going to be worse off for having fought the war, I think. Like, especially if you know your teammate's dying, or know your teammate might be in danger. Maybe he's just like, I need to make a hero play here, or I need to, or I just want out of the game because I know I'm going to be alone soon. I don't know what he's thinking exactly. But he will be picking a fight here with Grand Colombia from the looks of it. I mean, he could theoretically try to go for Maori, but that would probably be an even worse idea than going for Grand Colombia. Maori is going to have a lot of production. Maori tends to be very good at these early game RL wars just because it gets so many yields on unimproved tiles. You see the 1-4 woods, the 2-3, and they have a very, very strong unique unit that replaces the swordsman. So between all that, they are just a very difficult civ to fight early on. So I do not expect Brig to go for Maori. I expect him to go west if he's going to a RL war. French archers hurt. I mean, they do hurt. They have the +3 combat strength from intel on opponents' movements. Grand Colombia's archers will hurt more, though, because Grand Colombia has their unique Great General. Their unique Commandante General works on units of any era, unlike other Great Generals, which only work on specific eras. Grand Colombia's works on any unit, and that means they can work on ancient era units, like archers. So because of that, Grand Colombia actually has some of the best archers in the game. Being able to give them that +5 while every other civ can't buff their archers is quite significant. They're basically like Nubian archers. 5 extra combat strength, 1 extra movement. Pretty cracked. Yeah, I mean, Sprig really shouldn't be looking for war in this position. Like, I feel like you kind of just have to pray. You make some horsemen and just pray that you're not attacked, because looking for war is basically, against either of these two neighbors, basically looking for a bad time. I mean, I think Hot Jabs might be one of the least experienced players in this lobby. Team 1, I don't recognize them. I don't know if they're from outside CPL. I can take a look at them real quick. I'm going to look at their Discord profiles, see if they have any experience in the server. Because sometimes in this event, CCC, you get a lot of people from other communities, like CivFR, from the Russian and Chinese communities as well, who do not regularly play in CPL, but who are nonetheless pretty solid players. And given that I don't really recognize the 2 players on Team 1, might be the case here. Also, Vescatus is a sub, by the way. Team 1 was the Arel Dogs clan. They were not able to get 2 people for this. They messed up somewhere internally and accidentally only assigned 1 player to the 2v2v2v2 for their scheduling. And so they had to get an emergency player to sub in for them. So Hot Jabs and Vescatus may not have known each other before today. Sprig just wants to grief Meow, so we will send it into SND. Possibly. Possibly. I mean, there might be some existing beef here that I'm not aware of. So you're saying that Sprig would just attack S&D here just because of some beef between the players? Or perhaps, maybe, like, I don't know what the standings are right now. Maybe Meow has the most points in the event, and he needs to, like, send them down. Meow being Team 4, I believe. I can double check that. Is Meow that team? Yes. Oh, these players play CPL, but in novice lobbies. Okay, that would explain why I don't recognize them, the players on Team 1. Yeah, they are the weakest players in the lobby then, in all likelihood. All the other players are very experienced in teamers, although I wouldn't necessarily say Dave is a good player, nor a good person. But I know Sprig, Bartsake, Kiber, and S&D are all highly experienced teamers players who are also pretty decent in FFA. Like their FFA ratings in CPL are not bad either. So these two teams generally seem like they have the strongest players. I don't know who Bad Karma is. I don't think he plays like any FFA. But probably a solid player. Bartsake is rusty, hasn't played in a long time. Noted. I have not seen Bartsake playing many games. I've just heard that he's a very good player, generally. I know he has a very, very high rating, even in CPL FFA. He just never plays it nowadays. I assume that he might have just stopped playing it to play something else. But it could be that he just took a hiatus from Civ entirely. Yeah, I mean, he's like completely screwed here. He's going to be harassed a bit by Bad Karma. But it looks like Dave is going to be doing most of the damage here. And probably his teammate here will come in to finish the job a bit later. For now, he just wants to get a good sim going. He's really setting himself up to be the carry for the team long term. Just getting his infrastructure built out. What religions do we have here? We have choral music from Khmer and Feed the World from Vietnam. Lay Ministry and Pilgrimage. Still thinking the favorites to win this are S&D and Kiber here. Team 4, just crazy good position. Does have to be careful with this settler. I mean, let me see here. He sees Grand Columbia Scout. There's no way he wants to settle up here. Like, he for sure wants to move inland and settle here or here. Ideally on the stone, but I imagine that this is too risky. Does not have an escort anywhere near it. Currently he's not at war with Grand Columbia, but Grand Columbia does have a scout that could pillage him as well. Making an archer. Being careful. Anybody taking control of any city-states yet? Buenos Aires being picked up by Vescatus, the Ottomans. So that'll give him some extra amenities for every unique bonus resource he's improved. And we see he's taking advantage of it. He's improved some deer, improved some wheat, improved some rice. So that's just some extra amenities from the city suzerain bonus for him. Between this and Temple of Artemis, his people are going to be very happy very soon here. Doesn't look like anything's going to get in the way of him completing Temple of Artemis. We do have encampment projects being run over here by Kiber. Should be noted that Vietnam's unique encampments don't provide any passive general points at all. The only way Vietnam can get their hands on a general is by running policy cards, making buildings in their encampments, or running the projects. Right? But the district itself, just existing somewhere, won't give any general points. See, the reason they are getting one per turn is because they actually have a barracks in one of them. The barracks will still give the general points. But yeah. Doesn't necessarily mean he's doing anything with warring early. It might be for safety reasons that he's getting his hands on a general. Luckily, it's low investment for him because he wants to get his unique encampments up anyway. It's not like he went out of his way to unlock them and like hurt his game in the process. What Golden Age dedications do we have here? Okay, we have Pen, Brush, and Voice from Maori. Monumentality from Vietnam, not surprising given they went in a holy site opener. Pen, Brush, and Voice, Pen, Brush, and Voice, Monumentality, Pen, Brush, and Voice, Pen, Brush, Pen, Brush. Okay, very normal. Oh, over here, surprisingly, Bart's able to hold on to this city. They do have the encampment projects coming out from Dave here. So if he gets his hands on a great general, maybe he can start to make a breakthrough, but he might be having difficulty with that. Nobody has a great general yet. This is the unique general granted by Grand Columbia. We are going to see the first great scientist of the game going next turn, as well as the first great merchant. 6 points per turn from Ottomans. Probably has the God of War and Plunder Pantheon. Yep, it's 1 extra merchant and general point from every encampment and comm hub. Hanging Gardens started here. He will lose these to Khmer unless he chops. But, I mean, he has units in place. No, he's losing this to Khmer. There's no way he gets the Hanging Gardens. Khmer down here having a pretty pleasant game. Good long-term prospects here with the future death of Bartsake up here pending. Although it looks like in the 1v1, I'm not sure Dave is actually up to the task here. I mean, Dave has much lower production than Bartsake now. He might be getting... I don't know who's getting the general first. Mongolia has 2 general points. That must be from the policy card. He doesn't have an encampment finished anywhere. The only reason he has any general points is because he's running this policy card in his government, so he's not getting a general anytime soon. Hanging Gardens finished over here for Khmer. Let's see. What is Frigg planning to do? Not obvious yet who he's planning to attack. We do have Hypatia being recruited. Can instantly construct a library and grants +1 science to all libraries in their empire for the rest of the game. Very good. We do have Bronze Working coming out from Bad Karma. Probably getting some encampments up soon. Wants to help with his ally killing Bartsake up here. Could also just be nervous because he's next to Vietnam, who's getting a general of their own. Remember, Vietnam is running some projects. Regardless, Bronze Working coming out from Khmer. I don't think he'll be getting a general from the classical era, by the way. All of the classical era generals are for sure going to be taken. There's a limited number of them. But we will see. Isn't Sprig at war with SND? Is he now? Let me see. I have to wait a bit here. Yeah, he is at war with him. Interesting. I don't know if I've seen any real fighting breaking out here yet. There are not a lot of units around. If he goes all in on warring S&D here, I imagine that he will just be killed by Grand Columbia because these cities are so vulnerable. Still no classical era units. Yeah, all of his units are coming over here. Dude has no fear of hot jabs. I mean, hot jabs is I believe the least experienced, lowest rated player in this lobby. So not surprising that Sprig is not exactly giving respect to him. But I mean, if he goes to war with SND, he really should be more concerned with what happens over here. Up north, the war between Bartsake and Dave continues. We do have the first Immortals hitting the battlefield. I mean, these Immortals, quite fearsome, but still might not be enough. We will see. He does have a great general, which actually, the great general being taken here by Dave and another one by Kiber, and then one more by Sprig. I don't think that Bartsake's going to get his hands on a general. I think he's going to miss the opportunity at a classical era general. Then these Immortals are really going to be a problem for him. He might end up losing this 1v1 after all. I mean, he could have more prod, but that's not going to matter if he is fighting down a general against Immortals. That is simply not winnable for very long. Kiber over here actually doing a little bit of sabotage against Bartsake, standing on his encampment to prevent it from being built, which will also slow down how quickly he can get a general. When he does end up getting one, it will probably have to be a medieval era general, which is much more expensive and will not work on classical era units. It will only work on medieval and Renaissance era units. So not good. We got Prasats coming out here from Khmer. Unsurprising. The production lead for S&D growing. Like, he is just really enjoying this massive volcano, all the extra yields from being the Civ. His religion, let's check what it is. It is Defender of the Faith and Jesuit Education. Jesuit Education makes great sense here. He has the Pantheon that gives extra faith on appealing tiles. So his faith gen here is 32 per turn. And he's in Penbrush and Voice, right? So he can't spend his faith on civilian units. So Jesuit Education giving him the sync he needs to actually spend the faith. With Defender of the Faith, there's like no way. There's absolutely no way Sprig makes any progress here against the Defender of the Faith. That just cancels out the +3 that he would be getting from his Civ bonus. Finally seeing some horsemen come out over here. Has he changed his mind and is deciding to go for Grand Colombia? We will see. It's the only team that he's not at war with right now. Temple of Artemis finished down here by Vescatus. Still Namadal getting taken by S&D. He did get his hands on it. Oh, he's gonna have like a phenomenal game here if he can hold on to this. His teammate was able to meet this for him, and now he has maybe the best city-state in the game for his position. Aside from maybe Johannesburg, which is just OP in general. So yeah, despite being on the complete opposite side of the map, still able to control Namadal. Very nice for him. Oh yeah, you still have Spy in general. I mean, he won't necessarily have a general advantage forever. Who's going to get this general? Wait, is there a slot order here? I don't think Dave's getting it. Between Rig, Kiber, Bartsake, and S&D, who has the highest slot order? Sprig. But he's not running the project. Kiber, also not running the project. S&D is running the project. It will go to S&D. He's going to have the general. But yeah, France does get an earlier spy. Once they get to castles, they'll have a Diplo disadvantage once more, like a greater Diplo disadvantage, just from the early spy. But still not thinking it's going to be enough to overcome this massive production difference. Yeah, we see, I was correct, the Great General going to S&D. Honestly, he was the only one even running the projects for it. But if some of these other players had tied him to them, he could have slot ordered them. Looking here, anybody getting into feudalism quickly? We have feudalism coming out from Beskidus in 5. Kiber in 4, Bartsake in 4, Sprig in 4. I mean, even if Bartsake gets feudalism here, he simply isn't going to be able to make that many builders because he just needs more units right away. So we will see. I mean, he can make a builder here and then shop. Make a builder here and then shop units. But quite a difficult position being down the general. Imagine if somebody other than Dave was here. Like if you put a better player in this position, Bartsake would be toast. Wait, an entertainment complex coming out super forward from Kiber. I don't know if this is a misclick. I have no idea what the deal with this entertainment complex is. I could not even begin to tell you because there's no way he's going Coliseum in the one pop city he just settled on turn 40. That can't be what he's thinking. Very curious. What's the beef with Dave about? He was very mean to me once. He said some very mean things. Also, I think Dave was I think he was trolling about this, but he was like super defending Andrew during the cheating allegations. Which was a bit weird. Let me see here. So far, still looking like the S&D and Kiber show. I mean, both of them are way bigger than everybody else in terms of production. They have great stat lines as well. Science and culture are solid. Very difficult to attack them in this position. Both of them managed to secure a great general. There are only 4 classical era great generals, so the fact that both players on this team managed to get one, both of them are so strong. Looking like it's their game to win. World's first theater square being started over in Maori's land, looking to get his hands on his unique building, which grants +1 faith and +1 culture on every unimproved tile with a feature. Or no, every tile with a feature, regardless of if it's improved or not, I believe. So you can still improve the features and still get the yield. Very good for him with his Jesuit education here. He can faith buy his unique building, and then it gives him a lot of additional faith, which gets him to faith buy more of them. I quite like how it feels to play Jesuit education on Maori. All of your theater squares just fill themselves out on their own. Is he killing Samarkand? Is that Sprig's idea over here? Or is he trying to sneak units around to attack S&D from an angle he won't see coming? Still looking like a stalemate over here for now, but like, how long can you hold out against Immortals when they have a great general and you do not? Not very long, I think. One would think. Will these horsemen go for Samarkand, or are they going to just sneak around and try to hit Maori from an odd angle? Who knows? A lot of horsemen coming out from Kiber here. These are not just defensive horsemen. This is too many. If he was just being safe, he would have been happy with the amount of horsemen he already had, I think. He's planning something with this general. Could be that he's going up here to attack Bartsake. Supposedly, these two teams have beef with each other. Griefing for the homies like always. IDK, you declared. Good job, good job. So France continent, please. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Maori is on the same continent. His unique unit, the Guard Imperial, gets +10 combat strength and fighting on the same continent. So, very important that they are on the same continent. Oh, +5. I think it used to be 65 strength and +10. Then they changed it to 70 strength and +5. So it's less dependent on being on the same continent. I don't know. I don't really play much France, so I just thought it was still 65 +10, but it's 70 +5. Either way, same continent, so this would work over here. I don't imagine that he'll be honestly alive by the time he gets to guards. We will see. Depends on how cooperative his neighbors are with him. I mean, he's going for like this sort of greedy build you'd see in Teamers, where you go like a bunch of campuses, no commercial hubs really, he just has the one. And you just try to maximize your science to get like a really fast push timing, but you need a teammate to bankroll this, right? Like to make this build really work, you want somebody else who can like trade you gold to make your push timings possible. But this is his teammate. This is who Sprig is relying on. So I don't think he's going to be getting any gold anytime soon. I do not like his odds long term in the fight against Maori. You pillage monies with the coursers? Yeah. I mean, that would be the idea. He is attacking Samarkand. I know the courser timing for France makes a lot of sense. You get your free spy as soon as you get to castles. So you can just rush castles, spam a bunch of coursers at everybody. Because Catherine Black Queen gets that extra level of Diplo viz with everybody, you have +3. Then you get your free spy, put them in their land, you're at +6. But I don't know. This land is like super easy for S&D to defend. He has Defender of the Faith, so even with 2 levels of Diploviz, you're only going to have +3. If he goes Terracotta Army, which I imagine you would, then the spy would get an instant promotion. That would generally be the idea, I think. After you get your spy, you go Terracotta Army. It gives a second free promotion. Because you're France, they already start with 1, so this gets them their second, and then they give 2 levels of Diploviz, so they'd be giving +6. So, I mean, it's not impossible that would allow him to break through here. We have the Colosseum being finished over here quite soon from Bad Karma. Did he start that this turn? I think he started it this turn and then just chopped with 3 different builders with Magnus's 50% extra yields from chops here, 40%. So, yeah, it might have been even more than 3 builders. It could be that one of the builders spent its final charge. Like maybe there was another builder on one of these tiles that just chopped as well. Either way, big Colosseum coming out. Bad Karma actually probably going to be having a pretty good game here. I mean, he's completely untouched over here. I don't know why he's not spending more. Oh, he's not in feudalism yet. One more turn. Turn 45, he's going to start spending all this faith, buying builders everywhere with a serfdom policy card for +2 charges. Build all the tile improvements. With Colosseum, he might actually overtake some of these other players for having most prod in the lobby. It would not surprise me that much to see Kiber with the most production by turn 50. We have walls coming out over here from Bartsake. Still struggling to deal with the Immortals. Just a little too much without the general. Going Warlord's Throne. Problem is that even if he gets a general now, it will not work on the classical era units that he has access to. Just check what card he has if he has Oligarchy for the guards. I don't actually know how to check what policy card he got. I know he's in Classical Republic now, but is there a way for me to check? I am not very experienced with using this mod. If I click on him here, is this his POV? He has Oligarchic Legacy. Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely a guard play. He's clearly planning to use his unique unit here to make the kill, but we will see. Any notable great people going? We do have the extra trade route capacity being taken by Ottomans, who clean swept all of the classical era merchants. He got one, two, three, all the merchants. I mean, that is just God of War and Plunder plus a comp hub opener for you. He is being left completely alone down here. Honestly, if they continue just leaving him completely alone, maybe these two players, the underdogs of Hot Jabs and Bescadus, take this game. Seems like nobody has any interest in attacking them just yet. I mean, it's not impossible that they win this game just because nobody attacks them. Maybe. Maybe. But will Ottomans reach a second golden age? We have 10 turns. Ottomans are 38 out of 41. I mean, they have time. It's possible. I don't know if, like, they could get to their unique unit, which I believe is unlocked at medieval fairs. If they settle a coastal city and build that, it's +2 era score for their first boat, +4 era score for their unique unit. Like, there's definitely a possibility that he could easily generate this much era score in 9 turns, but we will have to see if he can actually execute on it. World's first industrial zone being started over here in Kiber's land somewhere. Here it is. First great general, nothing important. So, probably not going to be seeing him chopping any projects or anything. I mean, he is continuing to pump units. He's making some heavy chariots over here in multiple cities. Going for stirrups, which will unlock those knights to upgrade the heavy chariots into. I mean, it looks like it's just like Mr. Toes has been saying in Twitch chat, where it's just these two teams have beef with each other. So Kiber, even though he has no real reason to go over here and attack Mongolia, it doesn't benefit him at all. He might do it anyway. Just because he's thinking, you know what? Fuck this guy. But yeah, there is no real reason other than just personal beef to attack the Mongolia, who you're not going to have any tiles to really pillage. You're not going to be able to hold the cities very easily because there are 2 other players right next to them. If he was going to attack somebody, you would think it would make more sense to go down here, or honestly to just wait until later in the game. I mean, probably the best play would just be not to attack anybody. Also, we have a monastery coming out here. Tile improvement from Armagh. Everybody hates how I pronounce it on YouTube. Apparently, I say it wrong. It's Armagh. Or something. It's Irish, I think. You know how those people are. Pronouncing stuff weird. Gonna also hit Khmer. Yeah, he could hit Khmer as well. Hitting Khmer here would also make quite a bit of sense. Khmer would be more difficult for, like... It would be more difficult for Khmer's ally to defend him. Because Persia up here is allied with Khmer. But if he attacks, like, Grand Columbia or Ottomans, they're literally, like, right here. It would be super easy for them to reinforce each other. I mean, maybe Kiber doesn't want to invite the 1v2 against Persia and Khmer. I mean, ideally, I think totally just sit back, watch all these people kill each other. He's having a great game. He does not need to get bogged down in war. We see Khmer here quickly catching up in production as he gets all of his feudalism builders up. as I predicted. He's still a little bit behind, but I don't imagine that'll last that much longer. Colosseum is just an insane wonder between Colosseum and Hanging Gardens here. All these cities being arranged to be tagged by them. In BBG, Hanging Gardens gives +1 housing to every city center within 6 tiles. Should have a pretty solid game here. He also has 181 faith. Quite a lot of faith here. Okay, apparently clicking them doesn't let me see exactly how they've spent their governor titles, even though I can see their government. Guys, actually Vietnam going for my ally IRL with Dave. Maybe weak up. He's middle of the map. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Toes was right on the money about the fact that Team 4 and Team 3 are just out to attack each other with no regard for how much sense it makes for actually winning the game. I don't know, maybe it makes sense in the meta context of the full event because you're not necessarily just thinking about one game, you're thinking oh, over the course of the CCC, my clan is going to play in like a bunch of games, and I want to make sure that we place above other people in the overall event. But I don't know. I mean, we're only on day 2 of the event, so it seems a bit early to be super fixating on that. Both teams are always 1/2 in the ratings. Yeah. I mean, that would probably do it. I mean, it looks like Team 4 here, with S&D and Kiber, is just by far going to be in the best position here. Or maybe we can see already. Sprig is on the verge of giving up. He's asking the CC. Sprig going general next to my coupe. See the era score. Maori already securing it very easily. He gets the last bit of air score he needs when he gets this Toa unique unit. Grand Columbia and Ottomans completely unharassed here, but still falling behind the rest of the lobby regardless. I mean, their stats in science and culture are fine, but I mean, these are not very impressive compared to all the other players. Like, Ottomans has not had to make any real units. They made a couple, but they didn't have to. I don't know why I'm seeing like so many heavy turrets. I guess just for safety. Just some knights to make sure that he doesn't get taken off guard. If you're playing Ottomans, you're not looking to push with knights. You should wait just a little bit longer for your unique unit, the Janissary. Very, very strong timing. World's first knight over here. Both of these boys going to be doing hella damage. You know what's happening? Yes, yes. If I speak, I'll get in trouble. Curious. Actually, Toa gives 8 air score, 4 for Toa, 4 for Pa. Oh, he shouldn't make the Pa yet because he already has enough air score. I don't know. Does that unique tile improvement actually give air score? Because I don't think the Roman fort does. The Roman fort doesn't give air score, so it would surprise me if for some reason the unique Maori tile improvement they can be built by their unit does. It does? Okay, I'll take your word for it. I am eating a donut right now. Don't move, Dave. Why would Dave ever listen to him? Yeah, Dave giving the question mark. Yeah, Bart's is I think he's just going to let Dave kill him. Just because he doesn't want the cities to go to Kiber. So we're getting some metagaming here where it's like generally you wouldn't want to roll over and let somebody kill you, but if you're thinking like, oh, I need to make sure that the right team kills me so that S&D and Kiber don't get more points for the overall event. So he's going to seemingly let Persia take him over and concentrate entirely on making sure Kiber doesn't get any cities. Yeah, and some people are typing suspect. Like, this is basically, I don't know if this violates rules on feeding or if the context makes it okay. I mean, what am I, a moderator? Don't answer that question. Is there any team that doesn't involve Aurel Wars? No. I mean, Teamers players are a bit more, let's just say, developmentally primitive compared to the superior FFA brains, such as myself. They see somebody else and they just instantly, their mind springs to war. Over here, bit of tension on this border, but nobody actually fighting. This wonder over here has not been settled. I mean, it's no fresh water. It's really awkward for anyone to settle this, so not surprising. It gives 2 general points and 2 merchant points for Yona Tile. Very good early, but at this stage of the game, it's not that big of a deal anymore. Like, if you could settle this in your 2nd or 3rd city, it's a huge deal. But at this point, it doesn't really matter. The only good cities for it are, like, unreachable. There's no way you're getting a city down here. And these cities have no water or have bad yield. Over here, we are in fact seeing Bart's pull back entirely to just try to stop Kiber. Maori still just chilling. Got his unique building here, so he's getting that 1 culture and 1 faith on all of these tiles with a feature. We don't have that many turns left in the air. 4 turns left. Bart's obviously, probably Dark Aging. Does not have the liberty of making anything for Era score. Kiber might be in a bit of trouble hitting his next Golden Age. Actually, 10 points is kind of hard to generate this quickly. He doesn't have his unique unit. Is he teching for it? Engineering. I mean, that's on the way. Could be going for machinery. If he gets his unique unit, that would help. Between that and, like, fully evangelizing his beliefs, like, there's a road for Kiber to somehow generate the last 10 error score that he needs in the next 4 turns. It is doable. Mare already has their golden. Dave's probably getting his golden. He only needs 2 more points. Maori already has their golden. Why is the threshold so low for Simon Bolivar here? Why does he only need 38 points when everyone else needs so many more? Did he just have way fewer points in the ancient era? 38 out of 38. Oh, there, it's updated. For some reason, it didn't update to reflect the Golden Age threshold. I thought once you met the normal age threshold, it would start showing the Golden Age threshold, but it hadn't. Yeah, 38 is what you need for the normal age. Mausoleum at Halicarnassus coming down from S&D. Going to get this guaranteed. Nobody else in the entire lobby has any harbors. Yeah, you can see here, no Admiral points being generated. That's how you know that the Mausoleum is uncontested. Still here. Let me see here. Any more generals being taken? We do have the first medieval era general being taken here from Bartsake. Does he have any medieval era units coming out anytime soon? Europe's in 10. Okay, so in 10 turns, we're going to see some really fearsome knights and Keshigs coming out here, buffed up by this great general. But until then, this great general doesn't do anything at all. Like, it does literally nothing, because this only works on medieval and Renaissance era units, which he doesn't have any of. Well, what happened that Persia is fighting Mongolia? Dave is a very uncomplicated person. He sees a player and he builds units and attacks them. They have been at war for pretty much the whole game. Oracle coming out here. Is this his last-ditch effort to get the era score he needs? I mean, it'll work if he can chop enough. Probably going to chop this woods and this woods in this city, and that will secure the Oracle for him. Not a great Oracle, because the city has a government plaza in it, which means that he's not getting any value out of the Oracle's effect for that district. Right? Gives +2 points of each district's type for every district you have in the city. And it's just not great when you have a district that generates no points, such as a Gov Plaza. A lot of knights here. Or a lot of knight pre-builds, sorry. Not full-blown knights yet. We're seeing some swordsmen come out. These could be the Janissary pre-builds. Right, if he's going for a Janissary push, it'll be via upgrading the swordsman that he's making right now. Colossus, again, he gets all the naval wonders uncontested. Nobody else in the lobby has any harbors, so this Colossus is for sure going to be taken by him. We have coursers here from Grand Columbia. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I don't know that he has the military force need to actually make any aggressive plays here. Over here, Dave should probably start going up here for a monkey. We have an escape settler from Bartsake. He might actually keep going with this. Instead of settling Yosemite, he could just keep shoving it further into the corner, trying to escape everyone's notice. I don't know if anybody else has actually scouted up here. Kiber has. So Kiber would come up here and finish him off if his goal is just to deny this team points in the overall event. Do Ottomans have oligarchy? Let me check. No, Ottomans did not get oligarchic legacy. You can see here they don't have the card. So if they're going for a Janissary push, they'll have to fight without that +4. They're definitely going for it. I mean, this is a lot of swordsmen. We're for sure going to see some Janissary action from Vescatus at some point here. We have Grandmaster's Chapel coming out from Khmer, giving him the ability to faith buy units. He does have 240 faith per turn, and he is now tied for the most production in the game. I mean, that's what you get with this Colosseum here. And to end up being pretty big. Bad Karma actually coming online, maybe the most fearsome player in the lobby at the moment, in terms of just his Civ. Could actually be competitive for first here. If he and Dave turn on Kiber and attack him, and if Sprig is able to slow down S&D here. Like, suddenly, despite Team 4 seeming like they were in a super dominant position, like, it looks like the incessant fighting with Team 3 might come back to bite them, and they're just going to hand the win to Mr. Bad Karma here. We will see what happens. I mean, this really could go anyway. Is Vietnam at war with Bad Karma? No. He has units in his land, but they are not at war for the moment. As for these two, they're at war with Dave and Bad Karma, but they are not close enough to actually fight them. Oh my god. The Oracle is not finishing, but he's still getting his Golden Age. 52 out of 52. His ally is not. Unfortunate. Yeah, Hot Jab's missing his Golden Age by a single point. I'm amazed here that Vescatus was able to secure his Golden Age while missing the Oracle. But like one fraud. He did not get that in time for the era score, but it's okay. He got his Golden Age anyway. We will see what they choose for their Golden Age. Wait a little bit to give them time to select it, and then I'll go and review what Golden Age dedications they all picked. You might be able to tell just by their stat lines if there's some free inquiries. A lot of these civs don't have that many commercial hubs or harbors, so I don't imagine we'll see that many free inquiries being chosen. Right, like Sprig here is definitely going Panbrush and Voice again, or Drums of War. Seems like he went for Panbrush and Voice again. Maori hasn't chosen yet. Did Kiber go Monumentality twice in a row? Little bit suspect of that decision. I mean, you really don't need Monumentality again. Like, you can spend all of your faith on these. Just spend your faith on Grandmaster Chapel to buy units, and go, like, something that gives you stats. I would generally advise against the Monumentality twice in a row. Terracotta Army being started over here by S&D. Let me see, which city in particular is building it? Right here? Okay. He did go Penbrush and Voice again. There's a free inquiry here from Hot Jabs, but he's not in a Golden Age, so it doesn't matter. It's a normal age free inquiry. Vescatus has a Golden Age free inquiry, getting that extra science. Man, Team 1 really shit in the bed for being basically untouched. Like, they have not done any warring this game. And somehow they have fallen really far behind. Just not super experienced players. Brig begging for his life to not be attacked by Grand Columbia here. He wants to go for the Imperial Guard push on S&D. I don't think it'll work. But maybe. We will see. Does he realize that Martial is just on the coast here? I mean, Caravels could kill this pretty easily, but maybe he thinks that he doesn't have time to tech for Caravels. Like, I don't know, he might be like, if I'm going to be hit by the guards, which are in lockdown here at Military Science, I need to get a land unit. I can't even afford to go Caravels. Maybe that's his thought process. I don't know. We will see what S&D here chooses to do. Terracotta Army, though, very, very smart to deny this from France. Because if France gets their hands on this, they are going to have a massive Diplo disadvantage with the level 2 spy. I think they only just now got their free spy. Like, they got castles this turn. That's why they haven't sent it anywhere. So they're not going to have a Diplo disadvantage for long, all right? Maori gets their spy from finishing intelligence agency in only a couple of turns. So Frigg here just not looking like he's going to have the timing he needs to kill S&D. Over here, we see another city falling to Dave's impeccable war talent. The city of Umrumki will be falling because Bartsek here simply does not want to defend Dave if he's going to die anyway. It seems his only interest is in making sure that Kiber is in as bad of a position as possible, and rolling over to let Dave kill him is seemingly the best way to do that. I mean, we will see. He could leave this unit here. He did ask. He literally asked Dave to kill him quickly. No, he is fighting back. Okay. So we do have Bartsake still defending himself here. Despite his insistence that Dave should take everything. He might be killing Auckland over here. I mean, makes sense. Denying Auckland from the naval civ of Maori would be good. Yeah, currently S&D controlling Namadol and Auckland. Like, this Maori is just having the game of his life. Massive volcano yields. 2 of the best city-states you could possibly ask for. And Bartsake says no. I'm going to take one of those city-states away from you. Did I vote in Congress? Oh. I think I might have just forgot and just let it run down the clock. That was my bad. It doesn't look like I changed the outcome, but yeah. I should just vote B on something. I forgot that I need to do that. Whoops. I mean, luckily it didn't change any of the outcomes. But yeah, you're supposed to... The AI will just put A on a random thing. I'm supposed to put B on a random thing. Whatever. And it's not whatever. If it had changed the outcome of the game, it would have been bad, but it didn't. The vote didn't. Wasn't that close. Yeah, inexperienced spectator. Let's see here. Kiber just chilling. It's completely pulled back. Not really pushing his war any further. We have some coursers coming out from Bad Karma down here. Could be defensive in nature. Does not look like he's gearing up to attack anybody. Does he even have an encampment anywhere in his land? He has one encampment. He might want to secure a general at this point. Just for safety purposes. Like, it is not that big of an investment to get his hands on a general. But I think he might end up just having to go with that one. There's still only a single medieval era general that's been recruited. Now there's 2. As Sprigg gets 1, and then Kiber's going to get 1, and then we will see who gets the last one. I think there's 4 from the Sarah. I don't know. Four or 5. Sue me. I don't know the count of generals in the medieval era. Show auto trade routes. Trade yields. I don't know if I can show the yields. Trade routes. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to see what the exact yields on them are. But I mean, he's getting some traders up. He still doesn't have his Grand Bazaars. He's going education. Grand Bazaars are unlocked at banking right here. So I don't think education is needed for gunpowder. If he wanted to go straight for his unique unit, push as quickly as possible with it. I don't know why I'm not seeing the unit icons anymore, but if you want to go Janissaries, he would probably be going for Gunpowder before Education. It looks like he is just going to go for Grand Bazaars first. Show Coupe City. Oh, wow. The city? I really wish I could see the units right now. I don't know why I can't. But, yeah. He doesn't even got General for Janissaries, nor Oligarchy. It's useless push. True. Yeah, you would need a great General to push. I don't think you need Oligarchic Legacy to have, like, an okay push. There we go. We can see the units again. But you definitely need at least a great General if you wanted to push with Janissaries. He is very small right now. I think he opened with his unique governor, which I would advise against. I think the Ibrahim opener is super bad. Could explain why he's so small. First crossbowman in the world coming out from Dave. Already has 2 promotions. Both of these units highly experienced. These should just like obliterate these horsemen like they're nothing. Yeah, I mean these things do so much damage here. Honestly, they shred the Keshigs as well. Also, Keshigs. We have Keshigs. No knight pre-builds. Looks like he's only going to be playing with Keshigs. And Keshigs are the only units that Bartzik has that actually benefit from this general, because it doesn't work on the classical era units. Wow, this volcano is popping off up here. Dave being blessed with an insane volcano here. The Damavand. Honestly, there's 2 volcanoes right next to each other as well. This is on the overlap between 2 different volcanoes. Crazy. Yeah, these Bowery unique units are hanging on. Brig grabbing military tactics. You do need this if you want to upgrade pre-builds into line infantry and do his unique unit. In order to upgrade like a swordsman directly into a guard imperial, you need to unlock every intermediate step. So you need men-at-arms and you need musketmen, or it will not let you upgrade the unit. So we will be seeing him probably picking up gunpowder as well, so he can make some pre-builds and then upgrade them. The Terracotta Army was not finished down here, actually. This is an incomplete Terracotta Army. I don't know why he switched. Pretty important, probably, that he gets his hands on it. He might have delayed it because he wanted to finish Intel Agency first, because the Intel Agency gives a free spy. And he wants the spy to benefit from the promotion, but probably delayed it a little too much. A little risky to not go for this faster. Doesn't look like he'll be punished, though. Nobody else in the world is going for Terracotta Army, as far as I can tell. In terms of tech completed, Brig is actually keeping up with S&D and Kiber. 22 techs completed to S&D's 22. Bartzik not having the greatest performance, 13 techs completed. Maybe needs to pump up those science numbers, lose a few less cities. In the Toa chop, I think so. I think they can use their build order, their build charges to chop woods in rainforest. They can't remove resources though. Although I don't think that like any other units with build charges can, except for builders. Right, like military engineers and legions also can't remove resources. But yeah, nothing Maori has can remove resources. It's one of their civ bonuses. Oh, now this is where he gets punished super hard for delaying the Terracotta Army. If Frigg is able to stand a unit on top of this, then he will not be able to finish the Terracotta Army. Like, he cannot put production into it unless he holds the tile. But yeah, the intel agency was... Oh my god. Frigg is standing a unit on the intel agency, preventing it from being built, which means that SND... Oh, and it's pillage. SND is not able to get his own spy. He needed that intel agency for the free spy. He needed to hold this tile to build Terracotta Army. Somehow, it's all collapsing for him. He just let the units get onto the wrong tiles. Without Terracotta Army, without the spy, he's just going to be in, like, serious trouble here somehow. So Sprig actually landing some solid outplays against SND here. Just too greedy, just needed to be a little bit more prepared. Like, if he had just made a couple more units earlier on, he could totally have gotten this wonder, totally have gotten the free spy, and then you would be seeing Sprig here not having +6 intel instead of having only +3 combat strength from intel on opponent's units. But yeah, this is the problem. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Sprig has anywhere that he can build his own Terracotta Army. So while he can delay S&D from getting it, doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it himself. Terracotta Army has to be built on a flat tile next to an encampment. I guess it could be built here if he's okay with removing the chateau. This tile is an option. Does it require a barracks? Yes. So he needs to build the barracks first, and then he can start on the Terracotta Army here, if he thinks he can hold on to this tile for long enough. If he gets a doubly promoted spy on S&D before S&D gets a single spy of his own, oh, it's over. That'll be +9 combat strength from intel on opponent's movements. I think he would actually... S&D would just lose the war if that happened. Ottoman chill. Yeah, Vescatus letting Kiber bully him. It seems like Team 1 just came here to sit around and watch everybody else. He needs to make armory for the boost. I mean, does Sprig necessarily need to make the army for the gunpowder boost? Because if you think about it, in teamers, if anybody on your team researches a technology, you get that boost automatically. So if Bartsake over here just manages to research gunpowder, which I'm sure is plenty easy to do in this position, 13 signs per turn, Sprig won't need the armory. He'll get the gunpowder Eureka automatically. Alright, we'll see what he does here. Does he go for the armory to get the gunpowder Eureka, or does he go for Terracotta Army? I would be interested in knowing. Also, the Renaissance era Great Scientists are up, and we have some projects coming out. Vescatus ran some projects here, 40 scientist points per turn, but Kiber also running some, 75 points per turn. We didn't miss anything. None of them have been taken yet. Also, Ottoman's getting another trade route capacity merchant. He got Marco Polo in addition to the first one. So he is chilling. I mean, it's kind of incredible how small he ended up being somehow. We got a spy coming out from Kiber. A lot of tension on this border. I think Kiber just wants to close out the game and go for the win now. Like at this point, Kiber seems satisfied with how far behind Artsake and Sprig are. He wanted to make sure that those players don't get a good position in this game. And now Kiber just wants to win. I imagine he's just going to push to get way bigger than everyone, generally speaking. He's trying to run Diplo. He's like asking Ottomans to chill. Not fighting over here. Running all the projects. He does not get this scientist, I think, by the way. 2 turns on all of these projects. Yeah, he has 3 projects running and none of them finish on rollover. Meanwhile, Ottomans actually do finish a project somewhere. So it could be the Ottomans are the ones that secure Isaac Newton. Although it could also be that Kiber is able to faith buy them. I mean, let's see here. Oh no, actually, it went to bad karma down here. Very good play on him to pick that up. That puts bad karma in a very good position to try to contest first place here. With Isaac Newton giving that extra 2 science in every university, and there only being a single blue city-state in the entire game, that science is very hard to come by. Yeah, now it is the Terracotta Army here from Sprig. Oh, I guess this was a legal tile to build it on as well. Okay. Somehow, he's down to only +3 intel on opponents' movements. It seems like there must be a printing advantage here. The printing technology gives +1 level of diplomatic visibility on all other civilizations in the game. So because S&D here has printing, while Sprig does not, he's able to lower the Diploviz gap to being just 1 level instead of 2. So that helps him hang on for a little bit longer, but then Sprig gets printing in 2 turns and fixes that. Yeah, S&D needs to repair the Gov Plaza, then repair the audience chamber, and only then can he go back to building the intel agency. I mean, this is just a very smart play from Sprig here to pillage the Gov Plaza and step on the Terracotta Army. Is that Maori UU good for combat? Yeah, 38 melee strength, and it reduces the combat strength of adjacent enemy units. You can see here they have -5 combat strength when adjacent to Toa. Very good ability, because it means not only are these units good at fighting, like the Toas, they can also be kept around even later in the game to support your other units. Right? Like you could it could be that later he's defending against the Guard Imperials using, like, I don't know, cuirassiers and field cannons. And he just keeps some of his Toas around, garrisons them in the city center. And then any of Sprig's units that step next to that city center with the Toa in it will get the -5 combat strength from the Toa's ability. So very, very good unit. Cahokia has been defeated. Wait, where was Cahokia? Cahokia down here, being killed by bad karma. Let's see here. We do have Galileo being passed by Vescatus. Dude really wants to get his hands on probably Ibn Khaldun, the only other scientist left that would be worth passing Galileo for. I'm not sure it was like the safest play to pass this, because if you're passing Galileo, you can't be sure that you'll get your hands on Ibn Khaldun. If you don't get Ibn Khaldun, then you just passed a pretty solid scientist for nothing. So a little risky. We will see what happens here. If he can get the scientist that he wants. Ibn Khaldun's the one that gives extra yields from happiness, to be clear. Plus 40% non-food yields granted by high amenities. Bad karma is denounce your civilization. That message for me, did he denounce a spectator? Also, Auckland never died. What happened here? Bartsake declared war on Auckland, sent a bunch of horsemen to it. He did pillage it, and then he just pulled back without killing it. I thought for sure that he was coming here specifically to kill Auckland, right? Because from the beginning, these two players, their whole plan has been to ruin the games of Kiber and S&D, right? Bartsake ally here is fighting full out against Maori. Like, he should kill Auckland for him if he can. So honestly, I think that a bit of a mistake to not finish off Auckland when he had all of the units up here. Getting rid of the city state really hurts Maori and really therefore helps Sprig. Can Ottomans send gold to France? I don't believe players are allowed to send gold to players on other teams. So Ottomans could send all the gold they want to their teammate, Grand Columbia, but I don't think they're allowed to send gold to like France. 2 turns left on the Terracotta Army here. He will be securing that. We do have the audience chamber finished being repaired. So we can finally see S&D start back up on the Intel agency. Finally getting his hands on a spy here. But it's going to be quite late. In terms of text, Sprig just finished printing. Over here, we do have gunpowder coming out from Bad Karma. Vescatus down here going sailing. Might be going up there for industrialization. Getting his Grand Bazaars built in every city. Already has the most gold in the game, gold per turn in the game by far, 148. Not honestly all that much, but it's better than everybody else has. A lot of players just have a bunch of unit maintenance. Like even Kiber here just has so many units garrisoned right up here just for safety. And he also has to pay maintenance on all of his holy sites and his campuses and theater squares. Like he didn't make that many commercial hubs. I do find it a bit curious that he already has 2 entertainment complexes. Like Kiber here has 1 entertainment complex here, then another one down here. Not something you see that often this early. I can't say I fully understand it. Yeah, I think the Terracotta play may kill Maori. Yeah, it might actually. Like, he might actually just die because of the Terracotta play. I think it would have been even cleaner if his ally had finished off Auckland to deny the suzerain bonus from Maori. Could be taking that away. Would help a lot here. Because it's not like anything else Bartsik does over here matters for his teammate. Oh, is Bad Karma going to war here? Yep. Finally, Khmer manages to chip in to help his ally. I mean, they've technically been at war the whole time because Dave is allied to Khmer. But Bad Karma here never really sent the units to harass Bartsik until now. Oh, we see here that Vescatus was able to get the scientist he wanted. He got Ibn Khaldun, and his ally got Galileo. So they are chilling. And Kiber, despite running some projects, Kiber ran multiple campus grants, was not able to get any of the scientists that he wanted. And he could run one more grant if he wants to get his hands on this scientist. There's not going to be any good to great scientists for a long while after this, so it's still worth taking just because all the other ones from this era are gone. Maori also getting a free trade route capacity soon. Not that he can send the trade route to anybody except himself. We do get the Terracotta Army finishing next turn. Once that comes out, he can cancel this mission, put a promotion on the spy, and then run the listening post again to get more Diplo biz. The spy will also be getting a free promotion from Terracotta Army. We'll probably see him taking the promotion for taking less damage from ranged attacks on all of his melee units. Any religions being evangelized? We do have stewardship being added to Maori's religion. He got that from the free apostle he got from building Stonehenge earlier. If Bartek dies, Sprig loses the alliance, and it's a tragedy. Oh, that is true, yeah. Bartek does need to make sure he survives, because they have a military alliance, which gives +5 combat strength on all units. I often forget about that, because in regular FFA games, military alliances are banned in CPL. But in Teamers, they're obviously critical. And they are perfectly allowed at this format. Terracotta Army has been finished by Sprig. He will probably wait until the end of the turn to cancel this and run the get the promotion. Because if he cancels the mission now, he'll lose the Diplo Viz immediately. And he probably does not want that. He wants to make sure that there is as small a window as possible where he does not have the extra Diplo Viz from the mission on S&D. So S&D can't like damage his units. Kumasi being controlled by bad karma here. Does he have any trade routes to city-states? He may be trading to Vatican City here. Oh, he does have a trader to Kumasi here. I mean, that would explain why it's on 265 culture per turn. Like, between Colosseum, a couple of big theater squares, choral music being his religious belief, and then Kumasi. Man has a lot of culture. It really seems like it's going to be a two-man race between Bad Karma and Kiber to determine who really comes out on top at the end of this game. If one of their allies dies, that would deny the military alliance. So that could also come into play here. Dave looks like a pretty squishy target. If SND dies over here, Kiber would be in very bad shape because he would not have the military alliance to fight against Bad Karma. So really, it probably will just come back down to what happens over here. We will see him cancel this mission at the end of the turn here. We're going to see this mission get canceled, then he takes the promotion. There, it got canceled. Now he takes the promotion. And then next turn, he runs the mission again, and he'll have more Diploviz. You'll see this +3 from intel on opponent's movements is going to change into a +9. Quite ferocious. There we go. +9 intel on opponent's movements. Yeah, this is not going to be fun for S&D to hold against. Going for siege tactics now. Needs to make his way down towards military science to unlock his unique unit. Meanwhile, S&D is electing to go for cartography, so he might be making some sort of caravel play here. I don't see that many pre-builds, though. You'd expect to see more galleys if he was going to do some caravel shenanigans. Y +9. So Catherine Black Queen gets +1 level of Diploviz with every civ in the game by default. Level 2 spy, if a spy has 2 promotions, it gives 2 levels of Diploviz while running the listening post mission. So that totals to 3 levels of diplomatic visibility advantage, which is +3 combat strength for each. So that's +9 from intel. Yeah, Catherine Black Queen, pretty strong civ for war. At flat +3 at all times from the free level Diplo biz, and then the France bonuses towards getting a level 2 spy faster than anyone else. Very hard to deal with. We are seeing more swordsmen coming out from Vescatus. I mean, maybe he's reconsidering actually going for the Janissary play. Like, if Vescatus and Hot Jabs gang up on Kiber, I mean, maybe they can win this. Perhaps. Especially if Bad Karma joins in. Kiber could just die here. It would actually be kind of insane if after all that SND and Kiber have done to try to make sure that Bartseik and Sprig finish as low as possible, if Kiber and SND both end up dying before these two players. Also, Bartseik pushing back into Dave. He reconquered a city, and it's going to reconquer a second one. Meanwhile, Bad Karma, he pulled back. What happened here? I thought he was going to attack. I thought he was going to attack Bartseik, but he is completely retreated. Kind of inexplicable here. It's the 15 science return, 18 culture, 38 production. Mongolia manages to push back, reconquering cities. Miraculous play. Look at that Ton diamond. Yeah, very, very pretty. Lots of adjacency. These are getting 12 culture for being surrounded completely by districts on this one, and then like a bunch of 10 cultures. 10, 10. This one's at 8, but it'll be at 10 once this district finishes. Forbidden City being started here. Pyramids being started very late by S&D on the Maori. Not the most important wonder for Maori. Maori gets a bunch of yields on unimproved tiles, so having an extra build charge on all builders, this might be the single civ in the entire game that cares the least about pyramids. But I mean, might as well build it. Not that expensive at this point in the game. Like, it's very late in the game to be building it, so I'm sure it is worth it. We're seeing some encampment projects come out here from Brig. Probably wants to ensure he can get a great general that works on industrial era units. If he misses his chance at getting one of these, he will not be able to buff his Imperial Guards, which would massively hurt his push timing. And it looks like these generals are being competed for by a lot of people. Brig has to make sure he gets one. Still a bunch of tension here. We're seeing military science from Bad Karma. Actually, I think he is planning to do something here. I don't think he'd go military science unless you were planning to attack. Lots of Courser cores. These are going to be upgraded to cavalry here, and then he's going to go for a play. So we're about to see things heat up over here with the military science tech. Bad Karma is going to have to ask for gold from Dave. So Dave here with his 411 gold is probably going to be trading it to his allies so that he can afford all of the cavalry upgrades. Assuming that Bad Karma is planning to attack with cavalry in a moment here. Meanwhile, Kiber is not doing so hot in gold. Like, he's going to struggle to afford upgrades to industrial era units of his own. I also don't think he has any industrial era units unlocked. I don't know if there's a way to check which techs he has specifically. But I'm pretty confident he doesn't have a unit that's like stronger than a knight here. Maybe he has gunpowder. Hearing a lot of noises somewhere. Oh yeah, like this general coming out here from Vescatus. I mean, this actually could be the end of Kiber. If he's hit by a bunch of cavalry from Bad Karma and then hit by a bunch of Janissaries down here, this would be a big problem for him, especially because over here, Bartsake is taking pot shots at him. Now it looks like Dave might be turning his attention on Kiber, which, I mean, this only makes sense in the context of looking at like the big picture of the overall event. Like you might want to take out this team. And they have made peace. Dave and Bad Karma have made peace with Mongolia. So they are definitely planning to just turn all of their attention here onto Kiber. A good play from their perspective, just because if Kiber dies, they're going to win. Bad Karma is just going to carry them to victory here. So yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm really thinking that it's looking like Team 2's game to win. Although we did not see the cavalry upgrades come out. I don't know what the deal is there. Maybe he didn't have the policy card in to discount gold upgrades. Yeah, he teched Naval Tradition, which is probably because he wanted to switch his policy cards for free. He's probably thinking, I don't have the card in for discount upgrades. I don't want to spend gold to put the card in, so I'll tech a cheap Civic, and then I'll put it in. So now, surely, we see all of the cavalry upgrades for Bad Karma, since he can switch his government here. I can check. He didn't have the card in last turn, but I think he can switch his government this turn. Put that in. Let us see. Diplomacy pretty important in this event? Yeah, it seems to be. Will Herson also play 2 versus 2? Maybe one day. Great Library being placed down here. Very late Great Library. Seems nobody else wants it. Mass production from Vescatus. I mean, this guy's taking his time with getting to Janissaries. I think he's waiting for the armory to get the gunpowder, Eureka. Bro is in no hurry. Hello, Khmer. Go use your units. True. I don't know why Khmer is waiting. I mean, at this point, you need to just gold upgrade all these units and go. We're seeing metal casting come out from Sprig, which is a bit strange. I would not expect that. I mean, I would think he would just rush military science. Metal casting is not a prerequisite for that. Maybe he thinks he needs the pikemen, or the pike and shot, or bombards, or something. Bad Karma said, I don't war. I'm so lucky to have such a good neighborhood. Bro, why did he go military science, though? That's so confusing to me. I mean, I feel like if the correct play is for him to attack Kiber here. Because Kiber is already busy. Like, they could easily 3v1 this guy. And then if Ottomans hits him from the south, makes it a 4v1. It's like GG. Ooh, what is this? I mean, is he planning to attack Dave? He has a spy in his land. Hot Jab's not very ambitious, going for the weak target. I think Hot Jabs could have just gone more aggressive and actually just gone straight for Kiber here. Like, if both of these two players gang up on him, I don't think they realize the situation over here. But if they knew what this looked like, They could all just collapse on this guy. Also, Mausoleum of Halicarnassus being started here. There's no way he gets it. I'm pretty sure we saw it being built somewhere by Maori. He placed it down, but then never built it. Maybe he forgot? Or maybe he just feels he really needs the units. It would be crazy here. Aren't they allied? These players are on the same team, and they both have the Wonder placed down. So Kiber knows the S&D placed Mausoleum. And I guess they've just decided that Kiber is the one who gets to build the Wonder. Curious. City-states. S&D still holding both of the enable city-states. Kumasi still being held by... No, actually... Yeah. Wait, Bad Karma is the one who had it. Full time. Okay, yeah. I mean, he's still holding on to it, sending trade routes to it. Both of these, I assume, are to Kumasi. Yep, very good stats. Ugh. We will see the first player in the world to reach industrialization will actually be Kiber here, in the center of the map. No fear. This guy, so greedy with his tech pathing, does not have an industrial era unit, surrounded by people who do. Right? Reminder, Bad Karma here actually already has military science unlocked. And yet Kiber fearlessly going for industrialization. Never punished. Kiber has Lahore. Oh, that is notable. Okay. Wow. Yeah. The Hangs could help him out here. For some reason, he's in Monumentality, so maybe he's spending all of his faith on things other than the Hangs. I think, honestly, he should not have gone Monumentality a second time, but who am I to judge? Like, that's the real reason that Khmer's stats are so much higher than Kyber's, because he went Pen, Brush, and Voice. And just spent all of his faith on units. Like, I'm pretty sure all these units from him are just faith bought. I don't think he really produced that many of them. Check the generals. Okay. Let me see here. Who got their hands on a general? Is there only 3 from this era? Yeah, I think there's only 3. S&D, Vescatus, and Kiber, which means that there will not be a general for the Imperial Guards, which means Sprig's push probably isn't going to work super great over here. If he's fighting against industrial era units that have a general and he doesn't have a general of his own, this might be a problem for him. Especially because, reminder, Maori does have Defender of the Faith on their religion. So that puts a major damper on this push from France. Ottomans got Khaldoon? Yes, Ottomans did get even Khaldoon. They also got one of the industrial era generals, so he is ready to go for a Janissary push if he ever decides to man up. Guys maybe collude to kill Kiber. Much honor for you. He is a great player. True. True. I mean, it would be so easy. I don't think they realize how easy it would be for all of them to gang up on Kiber here. There's absolutely no way he could hold. French playing fair. Mission impossible. Bartsake is French here. That is a correct observation. Finished building pyramids over here. Please, Kiber, it's Magnus City going to Chop Great Library. They don't know what he's talking about. Wow. Vietnam just taking 3 great engineers on 1 turn. Still building a mausoleum. Only one of these is any good, or is like particularly good. One of these gives an extra district slot. Another one builds walls in a city, and then he has one that builds wonder. You can see them. Unfortunate that the order that they are offered in. If they are offered in a slightly different order, he would have been able to take both of the wonder production ones. I think he was hoping that St. George would be the last one. If he builds Mausoleum now, will those guys get extra charges? Yes. If you build Mausoleum, it works retroactively to give a charge to all of your existing engineers. Oh my god, look at this Grand Columbia here with 1,000,000 pre-builds for his unique unit. I don't know if he has the tech for it. Oh, I do. They're also locked out here at military science. The guitar boys. He does not have the tech board. He's still building more forcers. And he's going shipbuilding right now. I mean, guy's seeming a little bit indecisive. Like, is he really going to wait for his guitar boys? Going to take quite a long time. If he was going to attack with these units, though, it should have been much earlier. Commercial hub project up here from Dave. I mean, it makes sense, actually. This merchant gives extra yields on internal trade routes. Persia gets extra yields on internal trade routes. Dave slot orders everybody except for Vescatus on this. Okay, and it's offered to Vescatus, who has the top slot. He'll probably pass it, and then it'll get offered to Dave. I don't imagine he wants the internal trade route merchant, but we'll see. There are better merchants. He takes it. He takes the internal trade route merchant. Well, rip Dave. Still got a bunch of units staring each other down over here. Got some fighting over here. Kiber going astronomy. Oh, he has a cuirassier here. So he does have some industrial era units to defend himself with now. Does Bad Karma here have industrialization? No. His mines are too small. He's going for astronomy before industrialization. It seems like maybe he wants the inspiration here for colonialism, research the astronomy technology. That would be the only reason I think he'd go for this prior to industrialization. Or maybe he thinks it's possible to get set a 1 tech per turn pace if he picks up this cheaper tech and then industrialization. Bad Karma has declared war on Sprig and Bartsake. Wait, so are these at war once more? The peace between Mongolia and Dave has faded away. Nice. Man. Bartsake and Dave warred all game, and then they made peace, and now they're back at it. Bartsake's ode. I believe this was the second city, so I think his own second city is rebelling after he reconquered it. The era rolls over in 1 turn. Let's see who's getting a golden age and who isn't. Wow, S&D missing a golden, Kiber going dark. Bartsake going I think this might be a heroic. Brig dark, Bad Karma golden, Dave dark, Hot Jabs dark, Vescatus dark. Oh, whoops. Yeah, a heroic age from Bartsake. Huge comeback incoming, guys. We're going to see 1919 stats Mongolia really start to kill him here. No more loyalty problems now that he has this heroic age. The city's good to go. 55 science from this village. Wow, one village and he gets 3 whole turns worth of science. I mean, this dude's just rolling now. But yeah. Bad Karma, his position is looking even better now that he hit a golden age while Kiber did not. I mean, Dark Age 3rd Era isn't that bad. Looks like Kiber might be finishing Forbidden City here. We do have this engineer was noticed by Bad Karma and picked up by him. We have all of the Qatar boys finally being upgraded. Which way are they going? Probably up north towards Dave, given that's where the spy is. For the diplomatic visibility. Hot Jabs likes picking on the weak. You think Bartsake asked to pillage campus? Oh, did he? I'm throwing a wedding party, but I need to pillage your campus for that. Are you okay? I will pay back. By the way, if you pillage somebody's tile and then let them repair it and then pillage it again as a coordinated effort, that is actually banned in CPL. But if you only pillage it once, that's allowed. Don't ask why. The rules are an enigma. But yeah, if you coordinate to pillage and repair a tile over and over again with another player, against the rules. I was confused about that at one point. I was like, what? So you can do it once, but the moment you repair it and do it again, like you let a player pillage your tile intentionally a second time, that's when it becomes a problem? Okay. I mean, obviously, it'd be like way too good if you could do that, by the way. It would be like the optimal strategy for 2 players to just let each other pillage and repair their tiles over and over. No profit. There. I'll remember to vote this time. Putting 1B on every resolution. The spectator AI will put 1A on every resolution. I voted for stuff that was unlikely to pass. Like, no great profit points. I don't think anyone cares. Yeah. Messed up the first Congress, but I remembered. I did it right. What if you pillage it 100 turns later? I don't know. I don't know how long you have to wait between pillaging a tile that somebody lets you pillage before it becomes not against the rules. It could be that you can never do it. Mausoleum finishing here, giving a charge to all of the existing great engineers. We're going to see this will go from 1 charge to 2. It does work retroactively. Ottomans never ended up going Janissary push. He has a Janissary here, but he's not using it. He built a canal and then made a Barbary Corsair, maybe for Era score at some point. But it has nothing to do here. Kiber actually 3 techs ahead of the Khmer here. Bad Karma with 3 fewer techs completed. Curious. Bad Karma picking up colonialism. And he can go for the natural history, get the archaeologists and some amenity granting buildings. Could put a zoo next to his coliseum. There's the mausoleum, and we see this got an extra charge, and he used it to finish Forbidden City, and it's still alive because it got an extra charge from mausoleum. Taking advantage here of the extra policy card slots. Putting a lot of units on the supporter. Guitar boys all coming in for Dave, completely unprepared. This will be disastrous for Bad Karma. Like, he's going to regret not going for Kiber while he could. Right? Because now the issue is that Kiber is going to have +5 combat strength for a military alliance, and Bad Karma will not. Bad Karma is only just now getting industrialization. That's so late. It's turned 76. He's had, like, solid stats all game, but he's getting it way after everyone else because he picked up military science. He picked up military science super early and then never even upgraded any of his units. I don't know what he was doing. He was going to play this peacefully. He should have just gone industrialization much sooner. He is running projects to try to get his hands on Leonardo da Vinci here. Starting on Oxford University. Might actually be passing Leonardo da Vinci to try to get a wonder production engineer. We'll see. Military science coming out from Sprig in 2 turns. That's when he gets his Imperial Guards, his unique units. S&D will be prepared with ballistics, which will give him the field cannons and cuirassiers he needs to defend against this. When given the fact that S&D here has a great general while his opponent does not, and has Defender of the Faith as his religion for +3 combat strength, I imagine he can hold against the Imperial Guards. Like, if Sprig here had a general of his own, he would be in a pretty good spot. But without one, I don't know. I don't think he can break through here. What happened to Mongolia? Why so behind? He's been fighting a war the entire game against the Persia, and it was not going well. They eventually peaced, but then Kiber started attacking him as well. The Vietnam. It's honestly incredible that nobody ever finished him off. Like, he lost both these cities earlier and then reconquered them. First field cannon. Yeah, these field cannons they're doing something, but all of the melee units here still have the promotion for defending against ranged attacks. He took these promos when he built the Terracotta Army earlier. Not all of them have the ranged attack promo. A lot of them haven't spent their promo yet. They're saving it. I guess to heal later. This is a lot of Llaneros. I don't think Dave is very long for this world. Very pleasant noise when you click these. A lot of industrial zone projects coming out here from Kiber. Leonardo da Vinci bought by Bad Karma. Okay. So that is what he wanted. The main risk of doing that, though, is that if a engineer that gives production towards wonders comes up and it ends up going to Kiber, he could get Oxford University. And if Kiber gets Oxford University and is left alone by Bad Karma here, I think he just wins the game. He's already in the lead in text completed. Bad Karma's at 35. Kiber's at 37. Descatus is somehow 34. Over here, chilling. He has the most gold in the game by far. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, now we know where all the Llaneros came from. They were bankrolled by the 700 gold per turn Ottomans. This is their gold per turn listed right here. This is their current gold. 0, because he traded all of his gold to his ally. What a bro. Ballistics coming out from Dave, by the way, with a lot of gold stored up. We see here 1,100 gold, ballistics finishing. Dave is going to upgrade all of these Securus, so he needs to slam these right away before they get upgraded. I don't know if he realizes the urgency of this. Yeah, and now the combat evaluations are way worse. I mean, he's still killing the guy. It's just going to take a bit longer than if he had focused down the knights before they got upgraded. Yeah, Kiber push dead, no gold now. Fair. Dave is going to have to spend all the gold. Also, like, the timing, it just doesn't work that much anymore. Like, I don't think Kiber can push. Also, Kiber was kind of been relying on support from, for Karma to push Kiber, he needs help from Dave, and ideally, Vescatus would also have attacked Janissaries. But at this point, Janissaries aren't that scary because it's too late in the game. And Dave is too busy to attack Kiber. So it looks like the over passivity of bad karma is going to be his downfall here. As once his ally dies, he won't have a military alliance. And he will be in trouble here. Are they at war? Hold up, I'm waiting for this to update at the top. I mean, he has cavalry, so you'd think that if he was at war, he would be sending in cavalry. They are not at war. Bad Karma just has open borders and is passing in the coursers to have a look around, I guess. Interesting. The zoo coming out here. Bro, you place down Oxford and then you don't go for it? What is this? Did he forget? Why is he building Kilwa here? He could have built Kilwa Kisawani down here and then built Oxford University up here. But now he just has an Oxford that he's not working on. Seems like a bit of a mistake. Which city-states can Bad Karma hold on to anyway? He currently has Kumasi. If he takes Namadal, he'll have like enormous culture per turn, actually. 2 purple city-states. Kilwa would be quite good. Still, I think he should just focus on the Oxford and put Kilwa Kisawani in a different city. You're getting some projects to get a great admiral. Is there admiral plays going on down here? We have the Imperial Guards coming out. And these things obviously just ruin Toas. Toas are a swordsman replacement. These are a line infantry replacement. But yeah. The Cuirassiers are holding. The problem is Maori having Defender of the Faith and a great general, while this guy does not have a general. This does not work on these units. Yeah, classical and medieval era units. This will not provide any combat strength to his Imperial Guards. He is running projects. 58 general points per turn. He's trying to get his hands on this extremely expensive great general that'll work on industrial era and modern units, and that will allow him to push. But it's got a long ways to go. Great library built by Ottomans down here. Dave, still dying. I honestly forgot to check in on this. Problem is gold still. Kiber needs to pillage for SND. Yeah. Seems like that's what he is up to. Kiber coming in, just pillaging a bunch of tiles from the poor Bart's sake. Who has to divert units to defend against Auckland. He let Auckland live earlier when he had the opportunity to kill it, and now Auckland is attacking him. Very unfortunate. Auckland's still controlled by S&D, who is still at war with Bart's sake all game. He has a Roach City over here. players put down their 10th city. That's actually conquest. Okay. Oh, Filippo Brunelleschi. This is the wonder production engineer from the Renaissance era. I mean, with Oxford University not being prioritized over here, and with this engineer having 3 charges because of the mausoleum and being picked up by Kiber, Kiber could just go for Oxford University with this. We will see what he chooses to do. I don't know if he has a legal tile for it. It can only be built on flat tiles adjacent to a campus. Is the city park the only tile? All of the other tiles next to his campuses are on hills. Or have a resource that can't be removed, like olives or horses. This is a legal tile. Could put it right here. But he doesn't have the university. And we'll see. Still pillaging. Dave over here. Holding out remarkably well. Did this flood? Oh my god. Hold up. Event history. Flood. It killed a unit in addition to damaging a bunch of them. Very unfortunate. Timing on that flood for hot jabs. Over here. I mean, these units are just going to start making some headway. The problem with S&D right now is that he only has 1 general, but he has to fight on 2 fronts. So Sprig would do well to lay on the pressure on both fronts, really so he can break through wherever the general isn't. Kiwakisawani finished. Still seems he forgot that he put Oxford. He's going for a military engineer. Still not building the wonder. I guess he just doesn't care for it. Thanks for the subscription, Veritas Aurisha. That volcano also hurt his units? Oh, this volcanic eruption happened and hurt his units? Let me check. Mount Sabalon? Yeah, wow. That was 2 turns ago. So you could be right there. Or hot jabs. Nature is against him. And this Commandante General is just not in the position it needs to be buffing all of these units. Although this one is in a solid position. This general does not work on cuirassiers, by the way. This only works on classical and medieval era units. I do not believe Persia has a general that works on any of his industrial era defenses. Here, if S&D is successful at this neutralized governor mission, which he has the promotion to be better at, then this will reach a 2nd promo, and he will be back up to only being 1 level of diplomatic visibility below the Catherine Black Queen, which would be huge for him. Right? This level 2 spy has been a huge part of why Sprig has had an advantage in this war, had any way to like actually fight back. But once Maori gets a level 2 spy of his own, it's over. There's like... It's going to be really hard for Sprig to do anything. So we'll see. It's actually a big turning point whether or not this spy succeeds or not and gets that promotion. Over here, it looks like Bartsake is finally fully dying. Going to lose more cities. The only reason he hasn't lost the city yet is because Kyber's taking his time to pillage everything. He wants to make sure he pillages every single tile he can before he kills the city. Once every tile's been pillaged, that'll be the moment that he takes it. Let's see here. Prod check. Kiber is the most prod. Vescatus actually putting up some admirable stats here. Running some industrial zone projects. Oh my god, he is going to be securing this wonder production engineer. Are we going to see Vescatus in his hands? on something like the Oxford University. I don't think he can build it. I mean, he only has like 123 culture per turn. And he's researching natural history. Could I check if he has urbanization? He does not. We see this little circle indicates his progress in the civic tree. With where it is, one of these is his most advanced civic. So he does not have Oxford University, which is unlocked here, urbanization. So even if he gets this wonder production engineer, he should not be able to compete for that wonder. We still don't see anybody heavily prioritizing it anywhere. I genuinely think, this is my theory, Bad Karma placed down this Oxford University and forgot that he did it. Like, he just doesn't know that he has this here. Like, really, a bank? That's something. Maybe he thinks it's getting built somewhere else, but it really isn't. Like, nobody else has started on it. Other good wonders that could be coming up soon that would be relevant. Big Ben. That would be another very high quality wonder. Gives you a large amount of gold instantly. And the extra economic policy slot. That economic policy slot, quite good. So perhaps we will see Big Ben coming out from the Ottomans down here. He is getting economics. He spent a charge getting Alhambra, but he still has another charge left on this. So it's possible he uses the second charge on Big Ben. What could happen here is that his teammate pillages a bunch of gold here. They start saving, trade all the gold to Vescatus, and then he builds Big Ben to instantly increase his treasury by 50%. They would be extremely wealthy in a lobby that is otherwise very, very poor. Like, look, 3 gold per turn. This is their gold per turn yields. And you just have this whopping 161 and 722. I think that would be a smart play to go for the Big Ben. I really hope he does not just bring this over and build Statue of Zeus. That would be a pretty big waste of this engineer, IMO. Statue of Zeus kind of past its prime at this point. Gives extra production towards, let me see, where is it unlocked? Up here? Extra production towards anti-cab units? Yeah, you don't really need that anymore. My hope is that he goes Big Ben with this. If he shakes things up, could be in a pretty solid spot if he does. Let's check here. Kiber going Reformed Church. Maybe realizing that he needs to be ready with wars of religion. This policy card right here is unlocked at this civic. And he's realizing, like, oh, I need to have this in case I end up going to war with Khmer. Get that extra +4 combat strength against him. So, interesting. Over here, units still staring each other down. We have an army, 2 armies. So he actually, I think he has mobilization. He has the ability to form armies of his own volition. If I only saw 1 army, I'd be like, was that a great general that formed it? But if I see 2, I know that he formed those on his own. But super unfortunate. He can't afford the gold to upgrade this crossbow army to a field cannon. This crossbow army does absolutely nothing unless he can afford the gold to upgrade it. But his teammates just do not have the gold for it. Sprig getting close to this general. Will finally be able to buff up his Imperial Guards. One thing that's really worth noting is that when this general is taken, the next general in line will also work on industrial and modern era units, but will only cost 270 great general points. So we're probably going to see all of these generals disappear on the same turn. Units are still just staring down. I will watch the guards if that's what you want. Chatter. Herson hates reading chat, indeed. Oh, this spy made it to level 2, by the way. Awaiting assignment. He has not assigned it to the Diplo Viz mission. But it succeeded in neutralizing the Governor Pingala. Which means he can level the playing field here on Diplo Viz. And I think that'll be all he needs to hold the Imperial Guards here. It won't completely level the field. He'll still be down that one inherent level that Catherine Black Queen gets on everybody. He may have forgotten to do this, though. I mean, you'd think it would be the very first thing you do in the turn. In order to get the Diplo Viz, it's not enough just to set this to listening post. First, you have to cancel your existing listening post. So you have to click cancel here, and then set this to listening post. The Llaneros still just running around pillaging, but not nearly as effective as he would have liked. The natural disasters really did a number on Hot Jab's attack here. Very rough for him. As Bartsake is about to die here. Still not activating this. I mean, maybe he took the promotion this turn, actually. That would explain it. Might be the case. If he just promoted it, then it would not be able to move. Where did the spies go? Why can I not see them anymore? Oh, and I can't see any units. I think this usually fixes when the turn rolls over. Okay, let's see here. You'll see that he has 6 intel on opponent's movements, and that should drop to 3 once the adjustments are made. He canceled this mission. Now he started this mission, and now the intel on opponent's movement is only +3. It is much easier to hold against. You can see these Guard Imperials are not happy attacking into these units anymore. These are some really rough evaluations. Even down here, where he has now the... I was going to say a general advantage, but he doesn't have it yet. Also, the first general being passed. Sprig getting here and deciding, I don't want to take the most expensive one. I'm going to pass it and take one of the ones that's about to be much, much cheaper. Might even try to take 2, although he doesn't have enough points. I don't know who passed on it first. I can't really tell. It might be that it was Kiber that passed on it, and then Sprig hasn't had a chance. If Sprig got enough points, then it would be offered to him first. He has a higher slot order. Been passed at least twice now, I believe. Going to finish off Bartsake. Remove the military alliance, and that's going to be all for poor Sprig. Yeah, Sprig's going to start losing over here. That +5 combat strength from a military alliance disappears as soon as Mongolia loses their last city. And that's going to be all she wrote on this front, I think. It's not like S&D can push back into him. Don't get me wrong, but they're going to stalemate until tanks, right? S&D here, getting to steal. S&D is way higher stats, like double the science per turn of Sprig. So they're just going to stare at each other until Maori gets tanks, and then he's going to start killing. Were the generals taken? Yes. Here we go. We have Bad Karma taking 1, Sprig taking 1, and then Kiber taking 2. Ooh, Sprig getting the helicopter general might make it annoying if he wants to, if SND wants to push into him. One of the things that's interesting about these generals, it gives an advanced unit. You can just activate them, and since City Center combat strength is based on the strongest unit you have, These allow you to get extremely strong city centers very early in the game. Although for now, he needs to keep the general. Like, the best thing to do with the general, at least until he's really desperate, is to just use it for the combat strength on the Imperial Guards. You definitely don't want to activate it right now. But maybe if he's dying to tanks and he's like, I need to slow them down by making my city centers beefier. Maybe then he'd activate it. Does the helicopter general grant oil? I don't believe so. But, I mean, it doesn't matter for your city center strength, at least. The helicopter itself would get weaker from insufficient oil, but the city you garrison it in would still have the full combat strength. The city garrison does not care about the unit having insufficient strategics. Oh, he remembered he was building Oxford. We can see bad karma here. Finally realizing, like, oh my god, I had Oxford University placed in the city. And he's getting to suffrage? I'm sorry, this guy doesn't have fascism yet, but he's going to be going for democracy right away. Curious. I mean, you'd think you'd want to pick up fascist legacy if you were going democracy. Maybe he's going democratic legacy and fascism, but I think that's probably not the play. Regardless, we do have bad karma going suffrage. Maybe already resigning himself to second, just going to let Kiber win. I mean, if he wants to compete for first, he needs to take fascist legacy for the +5 combat strength, at the very least. Democracy trade to his dying ally. I mean, it's democracy for the trade routes to Kumasi. Kumasi about to be the biggest city in the world right now. Once he hits democracy for the +4 prod and +4 food on all trade routes sent to that city. Yeah, here's the Oxford, by the way. It's going to be finished here by the Wonder Prod engineers from Kiber. Bad Karma easily could have finished this if he had built it back when he started on Kilwa. He had a building Kilwa Kiswani. What colors does he control, by the way? He built Kilwa Kiswani and then only controls 1 blue and 1 purple. He doesn't control 2 of any one color of city-state. I am curious to see what random technologies Kiber gets from Oxford. He's getting sanitation this turn, so maybe he gets... You will see. Khmer conquering a city? Oh, to liberate it. He's defending his ally. Over here, anything? We see stacked units. Is he gonna unstack? Rules say you're supposed to unstack as the first move of combat if you can. Kiber taking his sweet time to activate this. Seems to be in no rush to get his Oxford University. Vescatus starting the Big Ben. I believe he probably activated his engineer on this tile. Let's see if they remember that they should trade all of their gold to him on the turn before he completes Big Ben to get the extra gold. Unit has not moved this turn, I'm pretty sure of that. Okay. If Vietnam wants to, he could evangelize into Crusades and then just kill Vescatus. He has his religion in all of his neighbor cities. You can always just faith buy 1 apostle, take Crusades, and then bam, all of these players are suddenly in a lot of danger. But for now, I think he's just going to go straight for research labs. Chose to use the weaker of the Wonder Prod engineers, by the way. Wanted to delay Oxford a turn. Very bold. It is possible that he thought to himself, I can get more expensive technologies if I delay it a turn, right? If I wait until after I get economics, then the amount of technologies that Oxford can roll the cost of the technologies they can grant you me for free upon completion will be higher. Maybe that's his thought process. But yeah, Filippo Brunelleschi was stronger than the engineer they used. By the way, he got Dmitry Mendeleev plus 50% production towards research lab buildings and triggers the Eureka for chemistry. Very nice. Chemistry being the technology that unlocks research labs. So we are going to see him just go for research labs. Where's my Civ 7 footage? One of these days. Big Ben, 1 turn left. Oxford University finished for Kiber. It appears that it granted him... it did grant him replaceable parts, because he got economics last turn, and something else. I don't know what else. But replaceable parts plus something. Wait. I thought I... No, never mind. He's researching replaceable parts. I thought I saw him click on chemistry. Okay, it didn't grant him replaceable parts. My bad. If I see it up here. Alright, well. By the way, combustion being unlocked for Khmer over here. This dude is, I can't believe how greedy Kiber has been able to play this game while in the middle of everybody. Oh, he has steel. Yeah, you can tell by his city center strength that he does have steel here. But yeah, he is not going combustion. He's going for research labs before he unlocks tanks. While Khmer grabbing every military tech in the entire world. Imagine if this was fascism instead of democracy. Like, if he just had a bunch of fascist artillery and tanks, Kiber here, who is going for research labs before unlocking tanks, could be in serious trouble. But no, bad karma, too peaceful of a guy. All of his units are up here defending his ally. Going democracy. Dude's chilling. He gets the fascism boost shortly. Yeah, but you would switch off suffrage before then, I think. You're probably going fascism. You would want fascist legacy and democracy, not democratic legacy and fascism, I think. Also, all of the gold being traded to Vescadus, his teammate giving him all of the gold so that when he produces Big Ben, he will get as much gold as possible from its inherent effect. So 2,207 gold balance. It's going to calculate first adding his gold per turn. So he'll be at like 3,000 gold. And then Big Ben will activate and give him another 1,500. Quite nice. And then the policy card slot. This will be his second policy card slot wonder, because he also has Alhambra. So we'll have an extra military and economic policy card. Over here, still a bunch of units staring at each other. Not much that can be done now that there's a level 2 spy. And Kiber still needs to hunt down and kill this. There's the Big Ben. We see 4,786 gold on Vescadus. Everybody else is super poor. See a bunch of people on negative gold per turn. Meanwhile, Ottoman's 1156. That's his gold per turn, 1156. And 4786 in the bank. Actually, if only he had the science to back it up. Like, it's actually such a bummer that this Ottomans is not allied to one of the bigger players. You put this player and pair him with either Kiber or Bad Karma, and they can just print infinite units, and the game's just over. But no. The only units that he and his ally can make are going to be, like, Cavalry, Cuirassiers, and Llaneros, which do not get the job done on turn 88. Oh, he did go for fascism. Wow. We do have fascism with War Department. I don't know when. I missed the moment when he switched to start researching fascism. At no point did I see Bad Karma researching it, but he did grab it. So once he finishes War Department, that's probably the moment that he will switch to democracy. If he is planning to switch, which I imagine he would. Maybe a little later. Making a bunch of tanks. I mean, if he wanted to push Kiber, there's faith buy units. You have Grandmaster's Chapel. You can faith buy a bunch of like artillery. This much. You also should have faith bought them while you were in Theocracy, assuming he was. I don't know if he was or not, but Theocracy gives a discount on purchases with faith. So it'd be better to faith buy all the units before switching into fascism. But maybe he's thinking here that he doesn't want to pay the unit maintenance just yet. I don't know. There's a random Chichen Itza placed here that has no production being put into it. The world's first tank. There's a faith purchase right there. The first tank coming out. Kiber picking up chemistry, about to get research labs. Tech count, 47 techs for Kiber, 41 for Vescatus, 44 for Bad Karma. And now Kiber going into steam power. Still not going tanks. It could be that he thinks that he has time to go flight. Like, oh, I can go flight and then advance flight and defend myself with planes. He does have aerodromes already, which must mean that flight was granted to him by Oxford University earlier in the game. We're seeing Statue of Liberty. Bad Karma has 10 diplomatic victory points. Are we going to see some player go for Diplo victory here? That's kind of insane. He's going to project this Alfred Nobel, who grants 1 diplomatic victory point. If he gets this, and then he gets Statue of Liberty, which in BBG, it's a nerf to, I think, 3 points. Yeah, 3 diplomatic victory points. It's the same patch they added the 1 diplomatic victory point to this scientist. He'll only be 1 point off if he gets to the next Congress. I don't know if Patala Palace was built anywhere. That also gives a point, right? Yeah, but it's hard for him to build. I mean, he 100% should build it, though. I don't think the search feature worked. It doesn't work as spectator. Machu Picchu coming out. But yeah, we're actually seeing the diplomatic victory. The sincere Diplo victory attempt from Bad Karma here. Bro's making a push for it. He's still in fascism. Has not made the swap to democracy with fascist legacy. This is very sneaky if nobody is paying attention. They could actually sneak the Diplo win. How many points does he need? He needs 10 more. So this gives 3. This great scientist gives 1, assuming that he goes for it. And then he could get 5, up to 5 from the next World Congress, which is in 7 turns. Kiber putting up research labs in all of the cities. We're going to see the science returns skyrocket in a short while. Currently at 353, but it should be well over 500 once he gets a research lab in every city. Machu Picchu being finished here. Still a staring contest over here. As Bad Karma continues liberating his ally. Dave has been saved. Lots of great merchants being taken. Or able to be taken, at least. Could be that they want to pass this to get their hands on a diplomatic visibility merchant. Is he going for the attack over here? It is oddly late. Like, at this point, I was just convinced that Bad Karma is going to attack. He should have done it earlier, but now he's like, thinking, you know what? Maybe now's the time. Now that I have fully convinced Kiber that I would never attack him, I go for him with tanks. We will see. Kiber sees this. He has a great general here that reveals all these tanks. He knows that Bad Karma is militarizing. He's building biplanes right now, but these would not be fast enough to protect his cities. If Bad Karma had any like siege units, the problem is that he has like no artillery anywhere. He's not going to be able to kill any cities because he has no siege units. So these planes, despite how slowly they're being produced, will probably be able to get there in time to prevent him from actually being killed here. Kiber getting ideology. So he's still a little ways off fascism, but not very far. One tech behind. Have the other wonders that give Diplo victory points been built, like Mahabodhi Temple? Does Mahabodhi Temple still give Diplo victory points in BBG? Yes. Okay. Oh, the war declaration coming in. I don't see Mahabodhi anywhere, but I wish the search feature worked. This feature does not work when you're playing with better spectator mods, so I just have to manually look around and try to find it. Oh, yep. There goes Bartsake. That was his last city, and this is just getting very, very sad now for poor Sprig. He no longer has the +5 combat strength for a military alliance, which just means he's simply outclassed here. There is nothing for him to do but to wait for Maori to hit combustion in 6 turns. Once Maori gets this combustion, starts making his tank, Sprig won't even have steel yet for like another 4 turns at that point. And a wave of tanks can start rolling over him. Still, very well played from Sprig that he almost made a breakthrough here. He played a step on the Terracotta Army and to pillage the Gov Plaza to delay the spy coming out from S&D. Really helped him out here. He was close to making a breakthrough because of that, but it was just not quite enough. Okay. The pillages coming out. Kiber finally being punished for his relatively greedy play. He has Grandmaster's Chapel and 1700 Faith. He can Faith buy units. He does not have tanks unlocked. He's getting tanks unlocked next turn. So if he wanted to buy units, he would have to be buying AT crew armies. Oh my god. He doesn't have Wars of Religion in its government. We can see here, Wars of Religion +4 combat strength. But if we go here, no Wars of Religion. He has it unlocked. But yeah, Khmer has like no siege units though. If we had more artillery, like 2 artillery armies here, the city falls like very, very fast. But this is a regular artillery. It's not an army. It's not a corps. This one's nowhere near the general, which is bad. The artillery need to be next to the general in order to make solid progress. Oh yeah, Maori will get it even faster. You're correct. Once Kiber unlocks combustion, Maori gets the combustion Eureka automatically. Because they are teammates. Chichen Itza coming out over here. Giving a bunch of extra yields to all the rainforest tiles in S&D's land. Alright. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough for Kiber here. I mean, he was just so underprepared for this, and now he's having to deal with fascism advantage is the problem. For another 2 turns, Bad Karma of fascism, he will not. Has he switched in the Wars of Religion policy card? Yes. He has this +4. He did not make room for Twilight Valor, which would have given another +5 on all of his melee attack units. I guess he just couldn't find somewhere that he felt comfortable slotting it in. All these other cards are too important. Still does not have a spy on Kiber as well, which is why Kiber has that diplomatic visibility advantage. Diplo-Viz Merchant is the next one up, by the way. +1 level of Diplo-Viz with all their civilizations. This is effectively +3 combat strength for the rest of the game. So we'll see if anybody feels that they're comfortable sparing the production to run some projects and secure Mary Catherine Goddard. What plaza building did Kiber go? I believe it was Audience Chamber. Can double check. It is Audience Chamber, and then Grandmaster Chapel, and then War Department. Ottomans can probably gold buy the Diplo-Viz Merchant. Yeah, you should probably run some projects to get closer there. Is he going to attack Kiber here? He has a lot of infantry. It would actually be kind of funny to see him try to make a play here on the distracted Kiber. Also, people spying on the Ottomans. Not surprising. This is obviously where you would want to spy. This guy has way more gold per turn than anyone else, so the Siphon Funds mission is just really good here. Do both of these have the Siphon Funds promotion? Only one of them has promotion that makes them perform Siphon's Funds. More experience, but with both of them having 2 promos. They are hard to deal with. We have Dave running a settler up here to this amazing city. We'll watch this war front since this seems to be the most important. Getting onto the Gov Plaza, that's huge. He can disable Grandmaster's Chapel, Warlord's Throne, and prevent the construction of the War Department here. Like, if he pillages this, it's going to be a lot harder for Kiber to deal with this. Kiber 1 turn off of fascism himself. But even as he enters his tier 3 government, he will be unable to construct the War Department, which is a super important building. If I go here, I can show you the War Department. Required as a tier 3 government, all units heal up to 20 hit points when they eliminate a unit. That is just a lot of free healing that he is not going to have access to with his government plaza being pillaged. Really is a shame for Kiber that Dave was able to be saved. Bad Karma coming up here, saving Dave, getting some good RNG with natural disasters, damaging all of Hot Jab's units here. If Dave had died, then Bad Karma would have been locked out of the +5 combat strength from having a military alliance, and that would have made this a lot harder for him. Hyper GG, too many pillages? Yeah, probably. I think that Bad Karma has the edge here for sure. It's very hard to come back once you've been pillaged this much. We will see what happens. It's also just the specific things getting pillaged here are so devastating. Losing Warlord's Throne and the Grandmaster's Chapel are so killer. He should probably spend his faith now. he can still faith buy units until this building is pillaged. But the moment the turn rolls over and we see Grandmaster Chapel gets pillaged, this faith can no longer be spent on units. So we will see. Scout over here pillaging some more science. The tech lead might shrink. 49 techs completed. Yeah, they're tied up in techs completed now. And it's because Bad Karma is getting so much science from all of these pillages. Colossus being finished, huge. Completely irrelevant. Let me see here. There's one pillage. Now he should switch units. Like if he moves these units, like trades places, he can pillage just a second time. There's no reason not to completely pillage the Gov Plaza. Should probably be swapping them instead of moving them one at a time. If Kiber had very fast fingers, he might have been able to move on to the Gov Plaza and defend it. Would have been very bad for a Bad Karma. I think the only reason Kiber didn't do that was because Kiber was switching its government. Kiber was probably in the menu to switch into fascism. He wanted to get the +5 combat strength that fascism gives inherently on all units ASAP. So he just immediately opened the menu at the start of the screen to switch governments, which allowed Bad Karma to take its time here, moving his units back and forth. How much gold Khmer has with -45 per turn? Is army disband mechanic still there? He's -53, but he's pillaging, so he's at 195, and his teammate has 1173. They can always trade between each other as long as they're on the same team, so... Yeah, this is it. Kyber's dead. This is... I'm surprised it took this long, but there's no way. There's no way he survives this 1v3. It's over. The worst part is, these units from Hot Jabs, like, are so easy to kill with tanks, especially because of the fascism advantage. But they're just going to pillage everything. Like, it's going to take way too long to hunt these down, and they're just going to ruin his game, and he's done. He cannot devote units to killing these. All of them are too busy. He can't spare them to walk them over. Like, you see the tank evaluations. That's with no spy on this guy. This guy, the Grand Columbia, has a level 2 spy on Kiber, giving him Diplo viz, while Kiber has no spy on him, and the tanks still roll this hard. Now, the infantry are a bit more of a problem. Infantry are a lot stronger than the Llaneros. We might see a CC here soon. We will see. But I think it's... The way I see it, the standings are almost locked in here, where it will be Bad Karma and Dave first, Vescadus and Hot Jab second, and then Kiber S&D third, and Brig fourth. Brig and Bartsake, who have perished. Although it could be that they jostle for third and fourth. That could also be a thing, right? We don't know who will full die first, because depending on how this goes, it is not impossible for Sprig to outlast Maori and Vietnam. Somebody would have to come help him, though, because I don't think he wins this 1v1. Maori gets tanks in one turn. Yeah, Maori getting to tanks in one turn, getting to ideology, so this Maori is also close to fascism. There's no way Sprig is going to be able to hold him off. Depending on what happens, maybe Maori can roll up here and try to kill Hot Jabs and Vescatus. I don't think that he'll be able to. I mean, Vescatus has very good production, 730. It's now actually the most production in the lobby. Most gold in the lobby by far. Doing pretty solid on techs completed, I believe. 44 techs completed. Compared to S&D's 40. We will see. Nobody proposing a CC yet, though. Khmer actually killing? Looks like only pillages, no artillery anymore. He has some artillery around here. It could be that we see a Diplo victory. Reminder, Khmer is already at 10 diplomatic victory points. If he builds Statue of Liberty and the Better Balance game mod, that'll put him at 13. This Great Scientist will put him at 14. And the World Congress in one turn could put him at 19. I'm pretty sure there are some of the wonders that haven't been built yet that give diplomatic victory points. I just don't know why they haven't been built yet. I'm certain that nobody's built what is it? The one Mahabodhi Temple. Mahabodhi Temple gives you 2 Diplo victory points, I believe. Has not been built. Great generals all being taken again. 1 for Kiber, 1 for Sprig, 1 for Bad Karma. These aren't as important because several of these players already had modern era generals. The first general is really important. The second general still helps a lot, but not as important. Whereas the previous ones worked with industrial and modern era units, these work with modern and atomic era units. We put 1 vote on B on every resolution, just on whatever I think is least likely to pass or matter. And then the AI, there's a spectator AI that'll put 1 vote on A on every resolution. And that should cancel each other out so that our vote has no effect. They're talking about like general 2x prod minus faith. Lots of discussions here. But the real important thing is who gets the Diplo victory points. Are we going to see the Diplo victory from Khmer here? Also, worth noting that the faith discount on purchasing units would not benefit Kiber, who has had his government plaza pillage. He cannot faith buy units until he repairs the Grandmaster's Chapel. So a discount on faith purchasing units would only benefit Khmer here. Despite them both having supposedly religious build orders. We will see. It is discount on faith purchasing units. Cheaper Tau buys for Bad Karma, and Karma gains Diplo victory points. He won everything. He got the maximum number of Diplo victory points from this Congress. Oh my god. If he gets this Scientist and builds Statue of Liberty, he will be 1 point away. I'm pretty sure there's a Mahabodhi Temple still left to be built. Can he... What's the placement requirement? Let me not miss too much over here. Oh my god. The guy actually killing cities is Vescodus. The Ottomans are going to be the one who actually kill cities because they brought enough artillery. Ottomans also get extra combat strength on all of their artillery, and because of his unique governor, he gets plus 10 against city centers. You can see that plus 10 Sarasker. So these artillery are hurting. Yeah, he's going to be the one that actually gets to conquer all the cities. But I don't know if anyone realizes how imminent the potential Diplo victory is if they don't do anything. I don't see anybody contesting Statue of Liberty. We do have tanks coming out over here, right? S&D finished combustion this turn, I'm pretty sure. But his team can't spare the gold to upgrade. That's so rough. They're spending all of their gold on Kiber, which I don't think is the right play because Kyber's dying anyway. Like, thinking about it, all that should matter for team number 4 is that team number 3 dies first. That's the way I see this. You need to make sure that Sprig dies before you two do. And that means that you should be spending your gold on this front. But that's just my take. They can spend all their gold over here if they want. Wouldn't it be smart for France to ally with Team 2 against Team 1? Only chance to get third? Perhaps, but I think so the teams team number 4 and team number 3 here are I think the top 2 teams in the overall event that the CCC is a part of, or that the CCC is. And they're mostly concerned with making sure the other team does as poorly as possible, so that they win in the overall event. So the more important thing on Sprig's mind is just making sure that he goes above Kiber and SND. I don't think he really cares as much about getting like second or third. SND started Statue of Liberty. We have the Statue of Liberty coming out here, and he is on pace to finish it first. Does Bad Karma realize that the entire game could be decided by whether or not he sends units here to chop Statue of Liberty? I mean, if I were him, I would be completely switching focus, right? Like, Kiber's done for it. You just need to use what units you have to continue pillaging, and then just focus entirely on winning the Diplo victory. If you just sent units over here, I don't know which city owns this tile. Indarapra. This chop does go towards Statue of Liberty. So he could chop here, he could chop up here. One's owned by Anchor Tom. Okay, so he just has these 2 chops and this. But I mean, it's possible. Back more traders there. Speed this up. He might not realize that it's being contested. But I mean, you have to know that this is your win condition. All of the interactivity that everybody else has with his Diplo victory kind of went out the window with that Congress. Like, all they can do now is deny wonders. And if he realizes that all he needs to do is secure this wonder, take this scientist, secure one other wonder that gives Diplo victory points, because I think Potala Palace and Mahabodhi Temple are both still up, I believe, then he would win. Is Potala Palace still up? Really? Like, I'm pretty sure it is. I don't see a Potala Palace anywhere. It can only be built next to a mountain on a hill. 1 Diplo victory point just sitting around. Gold purchase engineers coming. Oh my god. Bro. If he realizes, like, the game's over if he just realizes that he can just project for this. Like, oh my god. Honestly, the best play, because you've already put so much bronze Statue of Liberty, would be, like, if you just get units, just make sure you get a bunch of units over here to chop all this. Stop producing military. It does not matter anymore. And then use that engineer to go buy, like, Potala Palace, and you win the game. Does Mahabodhi Temple have to be placed next to a holy site with woods next to it? It must be built on woods adjacent to a holy site. I don't know if he has that. Rainforest does not count, so it can't go there. Can't go around here. Can't go here, no woods. Yeah, he literally can't place Mahabodhi Temple. That is crazy. He doesn't have a single holy site that has woods surviving next to it. He only has rainforest, which is not good enough. That is why we have not seen that wonder being built, even though it would win him the game. It's hard to find somewhere else to settle a city, too. Machine gun armies coming out from Kiber. I mean, you see these, they just, every single shot just deletes the Llaneros. That's a Llanero core just getting completely one-shot from full health by the machine gun army. I mean, that's just the advantage of having fascism and a great general here. Combined arms coming out from Bad Karma. We do have fighters coming out from the side of Chimera. Completely unaware that Statue of Liberty is being contested. Oh my god, we have engineer projects coming out on the side of S&D. Oh no, he could guarantee if he manages to get this engineer and Bad Karma is not paying attention, he could guarantee that he snipes Statue of Liberty. And that would be it. That's GG. Or not GG, sorry. That's the waste of our time because we have to keep playing forever. Nah, it's more fun, you know? Everybody likes to see a 10-hour nail biter. Conservation and plant new woods. Oh, he can plant woods at conservation. You are correct, yes. He could plant woods here at conservation and build Mahabodhi Temple as an option. I also think Potala Palace is still up, which gives a Diplo victory point as well. And he could build that on any hill next to a mountain. So right here. Be the only tile I think he can actually build it on. This tile is too far from city center. It's 4 tiles from any of them, but this sheep's fine. Wow, those machine gun armies. As soon as you buy a machine gun army, it updates the ranged attack strength of all of your city centers to be equal to that, so like 102. And then those 102 attack city centers just killed all the artillery from the Ottomans. That had to be what happened, I think. Ottomans had so many artilleries, but the moment the machine gun armies came out, you just shoot from the city center and they just die in like one hit. Rough. Oh my god. Yeah, Bad Karma just all-inning on the war, not pivoting into his win conditions. Not aware of how tantalizingly close the Diplo victory is. Not running any projects for this, not running any projects for this. These two great people basically guarantee him that he wins the game if he gets them both. Who gets second if Khmer wins? Is it also just score? It might be based on the total score of your team. Yeah, I think it's score. So team 3 would get second if Khmer wins. Khmer wins, then it goes team 4 second, and team 1 and team 3. So we're about to see tanks unlocked by Grand Columbia here. I don't think he has any pre-builds for them at all. He has one lone cuirassier. But other than that, it's like all light cavalry. You can't upgrade Llaneros into tanks. They're the wrong class of unit. You need helicopters for that. Up, he finished unlocking combustion this turn. I think he just pillaged science somewhere and then finished the tech for him. Karma, if you buy this engineer, you can one-shot a Wonder Diplo with your golds. Sprig pointing it out. Sprig correctly pointing out, like, hello, Bad Karma, you can just win the game if you just buy this. And it's like, true. Also, pretty important scientist is up. Some extra science on research labs. I mean, it doesn't matter for these players because they don't have any research labs. Ooh, Vescatus getting computer scientist. Doesn't matter because he doesn't have the boost. Oh, he does. Wait. So to be clear, he is still in Merchant Republic. He got the computers boost some other way. So this completes computers if you already have the Eureka triggered for it, right? But the Eureka for it is to enter a tier 3 government. So hold on, let me check this. He was able to get the computers Eureka. Did he have another great person that grants it? This. He got this great engineer, which triggers the Eureka for computers. So because of that, he was able to complete computers, which gave him drones. Now, with the drones, he can get back to killing this guy, because the drones give the extra range and combat strength to all of the siege units next to them that'll allow him to shoot the cities from outside the range where they can shoot back. So computers coming in clutch here for the Ottomans. As Bad Karma continues to ignore the fact that he can just win the game if he had just focused on these great people. Bro. Oh my god. No. S&D is going to run more projects and take this. We're about to see Maori take the great engineer. And he's going to get Statue of Liberty. And then we're going to have to watch another 3 hours. Because Khmer didn't realize they just win the game if they take this and build Statue of Liberty. He's currently at... It's 15 out of 20, but this great scientist gives you +1 Diplo victory point. Yeah, Karma not going for the Diplo win is killing me. In D-chat, I feel the same way. Big Ben Alhambra Ottoman, so it's at 8 cards. This says inherent, by the way, for computers, by the way. Adopt a government with 8 inherent policy slots. Getting extra cards from wonders will not trigger the Eureka for computers. Again, he just got the Eureka from the great scientist, or great engineer that he had earlier. Kiber asking for peace here. Kiber wanting peace with the Ottomans. Oh, Kiber stepping on a bunch of units. He killed the drone and a bunch of support units as well. Just swept in, killed some anti-air, killed military engineers, and then killed the drone and an artillery piece. That was an extremely effective tank. Yeah, I think somehow Kiber has managed to hold on over here. Still dying on this front, but oh my god, thank you. He bought the engineer. No, go use Statue of Liberty. You'll miss Statue of Liberty unless you use the engineer on it at this point. I don't think... He might not know that. He has not scouted the Statue of Liberty. He does not know it's being contested. And we'll see if he realizes this. Should still use it on it. Statue of Liberty only gets 3 points in BBG. So even if he uses it, he'll still be 1 point off. And then he'll have to build Mahabodhi Temple or Potala Palace for the final point. Okay, Muscat being killed over here. Doesn't really accomplish much. Bad Karma never switched out of fascism, by the way. I thought that he might go democracy of fascist legacy, but it seems like he's content to just sit in fascism all game. Which is fine. Fascism gives 50% extra prod towards units, which you don't get from running the legacy card. Will he move this engineer towards the Statue of Liberty? We will see. What is the prod check? Aw, 346 prod from Kiber. He's had way too much of his stuff pillaged, and his war wariness is probably through the roof. Fighting combat in your own land gives a lot of war wariness, which is reducing its amenities and therefore all of his yields. Man, it is Vietnam getting these insane defensive bonuses. It's helping him a lot. Oh, it's going the right way. It's going. Oh no. Don't tell me he loses Statue of Liberty to Maori stepping an ironclad on top of it. There is no shot. It hasn't moved yet this turn. It could totally just step on the Statue of Liberty, and he has no unit in place to remove it. You could kill it with artillery. I mean, that'd be how you have to kill it, but the Statue of Liberty's finishing in 3 turns. I don't know if you have time. Has he scouted the Statue of Liberty? He has. He sees the Statue of Liberty. No! Oh my... okay. This game's never gonna end. Oh my god. The ironclad actually stopping this Diplo victory. Statue of Liberty can only be built next to a harbor. I don't know if it'll let you continue building it if the harbor is pillaged. I don't think a pillaged harbor counts for the placement requirements, so he'll have to stop producing it. Are we cool, Ottoman? Did they peace? No, they're still at war for now. I don't think they can peace yet. I don't think it's been 10 turns since they declared war. 8 or 10? I don't actually know what the cutoff is when you can make peace. Vietnam getting a lot of combat strength from fighting in their own territory. +2 combat strength in all woods and rainforests, and an additional +2 in their own territory, so it's +4. And because their own districts don't remove those features, all of their districts are giving them +4 combat strength when they fight on them. Statue of Liberty in 2 turns in SND's land. What's the tech completion? 53 from Kiber and 54 from Bad Karma. Shockingly small tech lead given how much damage he's done. I figured he would have pillaged enough to have a larger lead in techs completed. I mean, his lead will start to manifest because he has like way higher science per turn than Kiber. But for now, he only has 1 additional tech completed. And Vescatus, not that far behind anymore. Actually, only 2 techs beyond the leader. How far away is Vescatus? He's 5 turns off ideology. I mean, Ottomans do really like the modern era civics. They give a lot of buffs to their trade routes. Ottomans have higher trade route capacity than anyone else, so democracy is huge for them. Judaism was never fully evangelized. If Kiber wanted to, Kiber could just take, buy 1 apostles, add crusades to his religion, and get extra combat strength fighting in all of these cities. That's always been an option. But he would rather spend 100% of his resources just slowing down Khmer and hope that these 2 players piece him. Seems to be his idea. Go over. Diplo is merchant. Oh, it's gone. Oh my god. Sorry. Diplo merchant was taken by who? Oh, Vescatus. Vescatus got the level of Diplo with everyone in the game. We got that huge Ottoman late game coming up. I don't know why I keep getting the like turn ended and unended message here. Kiber actually staging a pretty solid comeback here. I'm surprised how well Kiber has managed to hold up here. I mean, long term, he still should have no prospects because of the science difference. He's currently still just reconquering his own cities. The problem here will be that Bad Karma just has far more science. Should continue to grow the tech lead. If he gets jet fighters here, which are unlocked at lasers, is what he's researching right now. Jet fighters should be like GG. Am I seeing Mahabodhi Temple start to be built somewhere? I just saw the notification that it was placed. It was my bad for dismissing the notification without looking at it. Oh my god, the hurricane coming in to save the Diplo win. It just needs to pillage the harbor so that he can't finish Statue of Liberty. Where is the Mahabodhi Temple? Did not. Oh, it's down here. He planted woods. He grabbed the conservation civic and planted woods so that he could build it. He bought artillery. Oh, he's trying to kill this. He needs to repair the harbor so that it only costs 1 movement point to embark and disembark here. That's actually super important. What he needs to do here is repair the harbor. That way, once he kills the ironclad, this can embark and disembark at the cost of 1 movement. Get onto this tile and activate it. Otherwise, I think he loses Statue of Liberty. Ah, he lost it. It's over. Sag. The ironclad has done its job. Kiber is staging the comeback. Honestly, remarkable game from Kiber and S&D. Actually, they're going all out to try to get the win here. I am very surprised here. Bad Karma has higher faith gen, higher prod, better science, better culture. But is struggling here, I think, just because of partially the extra combat strength Vietnam gets, and partially just that Kiber probably just has much better war moves. I think he is the more experienced player, and is just using his units more efficiently. I'd say Bad Karma did not bring enough artillery to begin with. He took way too long to start actually killing cities. Which is a bit of a problem. Still. Very, very well done by Kiber here. How did he pump out more army with every Tau pillage? Talent. Honestly, I think it's just because army is not that expensive when you have fascism's plus 50% production towards all units. Then you have War Department, or not War Department, sorry, Warlord's Throne, which gives 15% production towards all units. And then he has, obviously, Policy Guards in for more broad. So somehow, even with like 400 production per turn, he's able to make a bunch of tanks. I will say a problem here. He still doesn't have advanced flight. I'm surprised how few planes Bad Karma has. Maybe a mistake. He's making a second bomber, but he doesn't need bombers now. He needs fighters, because fighters are better at killing units. He's getting the laser tech in 4 turns, which will give him the jet fighters he needs. These jet fighters are, like, impossible to deal with until you have jet fighters of your own. They have a whopping 10 extra combat strength compared to a regular fighter. But I only see a single fighter from him. He's making a second bomber. There's Mahabodhi Temple. A little too late. 18 out of 20. There is a future era technology, which gives +1 Diplo victory point the moment you research it. So it seems like Bad Karma's win condition is still to build Potala Palace if he can. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been built yet. Get that 1 Diplo victory point from Potala Palace here. And then afterwards, just research the future era tech that gives another Diplo victory point. Or just wait 11 turns and win the Congress. I mean, maybe that's an option too. That might be faster, depending on how his science is. His science is quite low. 323, I think it's faster to wait for the next World Congress than it is to get a future era tech. Is it Prod Congress? It's Faith Discount Congress. It's cheaper to Faith purchase units. Which should have worked in Khmer's favor, because at the start of the Congress, Khmer had a unit standing on top of the government plaza of Vietnam, and he had pillaged his Grandmaster's chapel. So Vietnam could not even Faith purchase units when the World Congress went through. He had to repair the Grandmaster's chapel. But he was able to. There's also a sneaky helicopter up here. I think there was another one here that just got killed. Sneaky helicopters might be able to put in some work. Still a stalemate over here. It's funny because if they had poured all their money into S&D, he could have upgraded all of his units to tanks an eternity ago and started to push here. But because they haven't, these players are just forced to stare at each other forever. Because he can't afford his tank upgrades. I questioned that play at the time. I thought that there was like a waste of time to spend money defending Kiber when he's fighting against 3 people at once. But he actually won the war. Not won necessarily, but he held them off. So, you know, credit where credit's due. Seems like spending all their money on Kiber instead of giving any of it to S&D for tank upgrades seems to have worked out. Where's the Statue of Liberty? It got built here in Maori's land to deny the Statue of Liberty. So that is no longer on the table. And we have a bunch of battleships coming in here to reef Bad Karma. They can't do that much work. Because he literally doesn't have any cities that are actually touching the coastline. They can damage the cities, but that's about it. You can't coastal raid with any of these units. He brought no coastal raiders. So there's no pillaging that can go on here, aside from pillaging fishing boats and harbors. At the very least, it'll add some war wariness. Shooting the cities with battleships will slowly reduce Khmer's amenities. Yeah, actually impressive. Kiber is just straight up killing him now. Wow. Ottoman's over here seems uninterested in doing anything. He got the diplomatic visibility merchant and is just sitting around with the extra +3 combat strength he effectively has on everyone, not doing anything. They could go finish off Sprig. For some reason, that has not occurred to them. If they're going to make peace with Kiber, they could just turn around and kill the helpless France Black Queen here. $55 tech completed to 54. At Karma, still only 1 tech ahead. I'm surprised Kyber's not repairing any of his stuff. Well, he's repaired some of them. Like, he has some research labs that have been repaired. But in a lot of his cities, he is electing to build tanks, even though they still have pillaged districts. I think the optimal way to do it is to alternate between repairing and then producing units, just because of how production overflow works. Repairing a tile costs like 10 production. So you repair, and then you use all the prod overflow on a unit, and then you repair, and then you spend all the prod overflow on a unit, back and forth. But it's kind of a lot to micro when you're also concerned with all of your own units making good war moves. Yeah, imagine Khmer puts more effort into Liberty, it would already be over. Completely true. Correct. If Khmer had rushed Statue of Liberty more aggressively, if they had moved that great engineer that they had onto the tile much sooner to gold buy it, they would have won the game. Dave up here, kind of not doing anything. Dave just settling escape cities. This guy is giving up. I do not know. I mean, he's not even producing anything in the cities. Bro, I literally think that Dave might be AFK. Like, bad karma, not exactly working with the best ally here. Kiber, his ally has been a total bro, right? Maori has let Kiber hog all of the gold. He's denied Statue of Liberty from bad karma. He sent units over here to harass his cities. Meanwhile, bad karma stuck with dodgy Dave. Literally AFK. Okay, as he loses a city. I mean, Dave at least has been trading gold to him, I think. I've seen Dave hold on to gold at some point and give it back to bad karma. So it's not like he's literally AFK, but don't think his heart's in this one. Any culture victory shenanigans? No. Nobody's even remotely close to culture victory. I saw the computers coming out from Maori, and computers gives extra tourism empire-wide. And I just had to, like, double-check to make sure that they were not, like, sneaking a culture victory. But, yeah, their tourism per turn is quite low. 481? That's actually not that bad. He's running... I think he is going for a culture victory. He's spamming so many Theater Square festivals. And he is going computers. Maybe he's about to pivot into the CV. Also, does nobody realize that this is available? I mean, I guess they're too busy with the war, but there's a free trade capacity, great merchant, up for grabs. The Diplo of his merchant's already gone, so there's no reason to ever pass this. There's not going to be any other good great merchants for a long time now. I see Dave is only now getting sailing, but is there any chance Dave had visibility on Statue of Liberty to warn Karma? They have the same visibility. So earlier in the game, I checked what bad Karma had visibility of. They literally see the exact same thing because allies share vision. So, well, allies as in teammates. It's actually not the same thing. Allies are like a different thing. Teammates are something you determine in the pregame lobby. So because they are teammates, they can see each other's stuff. So they don't know. They had no idea Statue of Liberty was being built here. Although I assume they could have guessed. First jet fighter is coming out. Jet fighter. Yeah, he has 2 of them now. I mean, if he upgrades this, he'll have 3. I don't know if he has the gold to afford it. He does. These are what he needs to hold on here. Wonder if we will see them deployed or just see them attack. I can't actually check the combat evaluations on the attacks. I do have to get up for a moment. Hold up. I will be back in 1 minute. I've returned. I've returned. I had to go greet a delivery person at the door. Dumb question, but do you lose the Diplo victory points if you lose the city that's a Diplo wonder? I don't think so. I think you get to keep the points forever once you get the wonder. So even if, like, Kiber were to come over here and conquer the city, he wouldn't, like, get the points transferred to him or anything. And I think if he loses the Mahabodhi Temple, that won't take points away either. This might actually be a game of just, can he survive 8 turns? Like, he's going to try to send an escape settler down here. Just to live long enough that they can make it to the next Congress. Is there a way to check the Diplo favor? I don't think there's a way to check how much diplomatic favor that they have. Yeah. Maybe that's just something spectators don't get to see. No, I can hover over them. 58, 64, 120, 216. Are these numbers accurate? If these numbers are accurate, then there's no way Bad Karma can win Diplo victory. He can't hold out long enough. Or, I mean, even if he holds out that long, sorry. Even if they make it to World Congress, they're not going to have the diplomatic points needed to win. Kiber and S&D just have way more Diplo favor. It's literally the last row on the ribbon. Oh my god. It's on this ribbon. I didn't have to hover them. It's on the ribbon. Thank you, chatter. Who are these players? These are some of the greatest Civ 6 players to ever play the game, and Dave. Still not... Maybe he just produced something in these cities just a moment ago. He's producing something in these cities now. Also, Hot Jabs and Vescatus are not particularly experienced players, I think. It was honestly S&D, Kiber, Sprig, and the now deceased Bartsake are all some of the most experienced and accomplished competitive Civ 6 players. And then the rest of the players are slightly less experienced. I think Bad Karma plays... I don't recognize his name, but apparently he plays a lot of Demers. And he played alright this game. Just had a bit of a blind spot for the Statue of Liberty that's costing him right now. Had a blind spot for the fact that this engineer is up, ended up taking it several turns later than he could have. Like, he could have ran some projects to take this. And then because of that, he missed Statue of Liberty. What if he wins 3 points from Congress? You are correct that you can actually gain points from Congress, even if they downvote you for Diplo. Because if you vote down on yourself, you gain 1 point for winning the resolution, lose 2 points from the resolution itself, so it's a net of -1. Then you win the other 2 resolutions, and you gain +1 Diplo point overall from the Congress. I mean, it's still not enough, though, because he'd have to finish another wonder. Because he's currently at 18 out of 20, so he need Potala Palace somewhere, which he just lost the tile that he could have built it on, which was in this city. I guess this city can build it here. It has to be on a hill next to a mountain. Surprised nobody else got it. Maybe it got built and I wasn't paying attention. No, yeah, it's still up. It's being built now by S&D. Potala Palace, never built. He had several chances to play Vietnam. Vietnam played greedy. True. To be clear, if Vietnam had tried to play very, very safe, I don't think they would have had a chance at being as big as they are now, though. I will say that. Their greedy play paid off here. Particularly with tech pathing. They always had a lot of units. Vietnam never slacked off on making a lot of units. But there were moments when they were attacking industrialization while all of their neighbors had industrial era units. Like everybody else went military science first and nobody attacked them. And then they attacked research labs while all of their neighbors were going combustion to get tanks. And still nobody attacked them until the moment that Kiber already had the modern era units of his own. Like Kiber already had steel plus chemistry when Bad Karma finally attacked with tanks. And that was enough. AT crews plus the steel walls can at least slow down tanks a lot. Plus scores go first on World Congress? I don't think that's how it works, yeah. I'm pretty sure that it's calculated all at once how many points you get from the World Congress. It's not like you win the first resolution, it calculates it at 19. You win the second resolution, it calculates at 20 and gives you the win. And then you lose the third and lose 2 points. And it's alright, you already won. I don't think that's how it works. I think it's all at once. I don't know. Vescatus deciding to go in again. Most indecisive man ever. Okay, he has the Diplo of his merchant. I mean, this artillery army should hurt here. It gets +5 combat strength from the drone, +10 combat strength from his unique governor, plus another like 4 combat strength because his civ bonus gives extra. Yeah, it's +3 from his civ bonus, which always gives extra combat strength to artillery. And he's hit fascism, which is probably what he was waiting for. I think he only just now got to fascism. He's grabbing capitalism now. Good civic to pick up on Ottomans. Has some important cards for improving trade route yields. When next Civ Spotlight? Civ 7. Let's do wait. BBG Civ Spotlight, going to be showing you how the better balanced game mod adjusts the civs on day 1 of the release of Civ 7. Just you wait. Actually remarkable how badly Bad Karma is losing this war now. I cannot believe it got flipped this hard. Kiber simply having better war moves, to be honest. Kiber was not as productive. Did not have, like, his stats were worse. By all means, you would have expected him to lose this war quite handedly. Bad Karma had a massive head start in military too, and somehow it just got flipped around. I'm wondering if they'll CC, if we're just going to sit here and wait for a Congress. I mean, Sprig. Oh. There's an attack going on over here, actually. So Sprig is finally dying. And with Sprig's death, I think the positions will finally be locked in, and we might get a CC vote here. Right? Because if Sprig dies, then that means Team 3 goes last, and Team 2 is probably going to go next. And Team 1 goes second, and Team 4 gets first because of Kiber popping off. S&D also not a slouch, getting the Statue of Liberty to save the game. Sending an Ironclad to stand on top of the Statue of Liberty from Khmer. There is 944 tourism from Maori. I don't know why it's blinking, but he's making a small push towards culture victory. It's very late. I mean, he's still going like super hard on these projects. I don't think it really matters. I don't think this game's going to end in a victory screen. Not sure there's much point in spamming all the culture victory stuff, but you do you. Oh, this city rebelled the loyalty pressure. Yeah, and it looks like Vescatus is not going to be able to kill the city just because the jet fighters block access to the tiles. No matter how low health it gets, if he can't get a unit into melee range to take the city, then the city will live. And this is the power of jet fighters on defense. Whoa, hold up. What is Catholicism? Wars of religion coming out huge here for Kiber. I do not think Vescatus has this. Vescatus does not have Wars of Religion. He does not even have the card unlocked. I don't think he realized that when he went for his own religion, he would start to need this. +4 combat strength. Kind of huge. Kiber already had the card in because he was fighting Khmer. And now it's coming in handy on the other war front. You think Vescatus could kill Kiber if he plays right? Well, the first thing he needs to do is realize that he needs Wars of Religion for that +4 combat strength. Although he has double the listed sites, I don't think he's actually going to be ahead in techs completed. Yeah, Kiber still is the tech lead, and it's because of all the pillaging. Kiber is just continuing to pillage an enormous amount of science off of Khmer, and that means that he's staying ahead in terms of real techs completed. He's going for stealth bombers now. What great person was that just recruited? Oh, useless. Great engineer gives a peel in gold. It has its very, very niche moments. We see the escape settler from Khmer here. Really just going all in on the hope that in 4 turns, World Congress will vote for him to win. In theory, it should not be possible. S&D has 314 Diplo favor. Kiber is 107. And this team only has like 191. Maybe if Team 1 and Team 3 vote together with Team 2 for some inexplicable reason, they could hand the win to Bad Karma and Dave. I mean, are these players like literally AFK. I don't think I've actually seen these units move. This is the teamer's experience in a nutshell. We have this city over here. I think it might have flipped to loyalty pressure. Parsa. Dave just settling all over the map to try to stay alive. Oh my god. Sprig with the escape settle. Sprig just trying to outlast people so he gets more points. What he's thinking here at this city is if he can just outlast Bad Karma and Dave, he will earn more points for his team in the CCC. We will see if that actually happens. Has Dave improved a Tau yet? He has a couple of Tau improvements here. He didn't even bother going around repairing all the improvements that were pillaged earlier by Grand Columbia. Hot Jabs went here like 30 turns ago to pillage all of Dave's tiles, and Dave never bothered to repair them. Thanks for the Prime subscription, Pro D. I don't think Herson has ever played Teamers. I played Teamers once. Singular game. And I think that's pretty much... I think I'm an expert, safe to say. I saw all the game mode had to see, didn't like it, turned my back on it. That's my story. Okay, let's see here. Grand Columbia really coming through. Mopping up this poor sap. Grand Columbia grabbing astronomy. I'm wondering if we'll see some modern armors from him. He does have the tech unlocked. One of the things that's interesting about Grand Columbia, modern armors are an information area unit, right? They're unlocked all the way up here. That means that they don't benefit from normal great generals unless you get a very, very expensive general. This will be the first general of this game that works on information area units. But Grand Columbia gets around this because their unique great general works on units regardless of the age they're from. Units of any era benefit from the Commandante generals. So like if he just puts one of these next to the modern armors, they get the combat strength. That makes Grand Columbia very good in modern armor fights. Because they are literally the only civ that is going to have a general for them in most games. Huge Great Bath coming out from Kiber. Starting on the Great Bath. I think that this is just a bug here. Whenever they capture a city with a wonder, the Better Spectator mod says that they just started on it. Like, this Terracotta Army and Great Bath were both finished a long time ago. Here goes Anchor Watt. Over here, Sprig is still dying. He's retreating units. Oh my god, this is a lot of escape settlers. Yeah, he is just banking entirely on turtling down here, and that's why all of his units are going down there. Because nothing he does here matters. He just needs bodies to block enemy units so that he can just settle here and survive longer. If Beskatus sees this, he could put Serious Stamper on Sprig's plan to just turtle down here. He's finishing the Manhattan Project next turn. By the way, this great engineer is just sitting here. Dave being the first one to finally propose potential CC vote. Oh, not a CC vote. When he says there is a way, he wants people to vote up Bad Karma in the World Congress. He's going to beg for Diplo favor votes so that they can win. Also, to get the maximum number of votes, they need to trade their Diplo favor. It should not all be on SND and not on Kiber. They still have a turn to do it though, so no rush. Yeah, there's an optimal way to distribute Diplo favor because votes get more expensive the more of them you spend. Cristo Redentor. Still, like, building a bunch of culture victory stuff, but I don't think a culture victory is going to be how the game ends. Maybe? You can see here, Ottoman's actually, Vescatus still having the most production in the lobby. And the most gold. Kiber on negative 159 gold per turn. One more turn to the World Congress. Will we be set free? Nukes online, yes. He's unlocked the ability to start producing nukes. He can't actually send any nukes until he's produced them, though. Hold on. Has Vescatus realized that he needs to put in Wars of Religion? Nope. Completely blanking on the existence of Wars of Religion. What's the pause for? He's asking if it's allowed. I think it is. Hold up. Linda, are you there?
Yeah.
Kiber is asking if it's allowed in an FFA for players to vote up other players in Diplo.
Hang on. I start over. I just muted Michael's stream.
In a free-for-all game, is it allowed for players to just vote for other players for a Diplo win in CCC?
Diplo is supposed to be disabled.
It's supposed to be disabled. Okay.
For that exact reason.
Well, it was not disabled, and we are now staring down potential Diplo victory. Should I break the bad news that they should not go for it?
Wait a minute. What? No, I mean all players were supposed to ready up. All players readied up, so that's too damn bad. And yes, it's legal for them to vote for another players to screw the leader.
All right.
I mean, you can't change everything this late in the game, so too bad, so sad.
Thank you for your input.
Okay.
It is teamers? Wait. Does 2v2v2v2 count as FFA or teamers? Should it be just...
It's FFA.
It counts as FFA? I'm having people in chat tell me it counts as teamers.
They're wrong.
Okay.
I mean, the bot doesn't even handle that. Even 2x2 is supposed to be reported as FFA.
2v2, I thought, well, 2v2 I feel like should count as teamers, but...
It doesn't.
But, you know.
I mean, the bot's going to ignore it.
Well, thanks for your input.
Yep. I mean, for CCC, 2v2 goes into the 2v2 category, and FFA 2x2x2x2 by etc. goes into FFA. But for ranked reporting, or what used to be called ranked reporting, only 4 or more can be reported as teamers.
I see. All right, well, chat. Well. It doesn't count as teamers. I told you. 2v2v2v2 is counted as a free-for-all format. Teamers is only if there's 2 teams, which is what I thought. That's how it's been ruled. I know it's technical, but yeah. Teamers is when it's 2 teams against each other. The dynamics are completely different because it flips into a completely zero-sum game. Whereas when you have 2 teams of 4, it's still like sort of a free-for-all. There's still like diplomacy. There's power struggles. Whereas in what is considered conventional teamers, where it's 4v4, it's completely zero-sum. So yeah, I'm pretty sure 2v2v2v2 uses the FFA rulings for most things. Wow, there are a lot of people saying it's teamers and being very upset with me. In chat, I'm reading. I see so many people here who are super confident that I was wrong, that this is ruled as an FFA. Like, when I said FFA, I meant in the rules. Like, does this use the FFA or Teamers rule set? And it does use the FFA rule set. I was coming from a place of care. Yeah, you might have been Shields. But I don't think Jarek was coming from a place of care. I don't think Haley K came from a place of care. I felt like there was malice in those words. They wanted me to feel dumb when they said that this was Teamers. How did this end? It's actually not over. They're paused for a 10-minute break. Yeah, pausing 10 minutes on the last turn. Crazy moment to ask for a 10-minute break, by the way. Like, the game is literally decided by the World Congress, and you ask for a 10-minute break on the final turn, potentially. Like, a little BM. I will admit that much. Also, you're going to make more people more likely to vote to end the game. Like, from Kiber's POV, I think making everyone wait 10 minutes is going to make them more likely to vote up Bad Karma out of spite. But we will see. But yeah, typically in FFA, you disable Diplo Victory, but in Teamers, you leave it in. In Teamers, Diplo Victory makes perfect sense. There's like a clear set of objectives for achieving a Diplo Victory. You have to manage your Diplo favor well. You have to build the wonders. Get the great people like Alfred Nobel, who gives 1 Diplo Victory point in BBG. There's like some back and forth there, controlling city-states and whatnot. Yeah, Vescatus and Hot Jabs have no reason other than impatience to vote up Bad Karma here. Honestly, even Sprig doesn't have a reason, because he would get last either way. Like, Sprig here would rather vote down Bad Karma as well than Dave. Just because he might be able to out-turtle them, live longer, and get a higher placement. So if they're, like, super tryhard here, then nobody's going to be voting for them in the World Congress. Sprig to 1/3? I can't get 3rd. Sprig could get 3rd if he outlasts Bad Karma and Dave here. Seeming unlikely. But, I mean, he has a lot of settlers that are very sneaky. Okay, we got the unpause. Khmer is dying very soon. This one city down here, believe it or not, is the only reason Khmer hasn't been eliminated from the game. This is the only city. If he had lost this, their dream of potentially winning a Diplo victory next turn would be over. Also, the Diplo favor being split up between S&D and Kiber, they did trade the Diplo favor between them to maximize their voting power. A singular Ottoman tank, by the way, will not be able to kill this. He needs to actually send some more units. Because this is steel walls, 300 strength. This isn't even a army, this is a single tank. He needs to, like, bring something down here. Like, I don't know. Put 1 bomber and the city dies. 1 artillery with a drone. Anything. That deals full damage to walls. Or just send more tanks. If you send like 5 tanks here, it'll die. That would obviously work as well. Machine guns won the war for Kiber. They played a very big part, yes. The machine guns were very impactful here. Okay, the moment of truth. How will the World Congress go? I need to vote B. Just because the AI will vote A. There's an AI spectator that votes A on everything. So I vote one vote on the B and everything, and it cancels out. B on Operation Ivy. I think that's the least impactful. B on nuclear. Okay. That's why we have the AI spectator, so that my vote doesn't matter. I mean, in an ideal world, the spectators wouldn't have to vote on World Congress, but this is not an ideal world. Moment of truth. If it's ruled as FFA, how they give Sprig Diplo points, they're supposed to disable Diplo victory for FFA games, but if people already up in the pre-game lobby with it enabled, the ruling is that you play as if Diplo victory is allowed. The players are supposed to check the pre-game settings and request that they be corrected. As you can see all of them in the lobby set up before you ready up. This is the great merchant that allows you to purchase a like annex a city state. It's over. Yeah. Well, any CCers? Oh, huge artillery shot that did absolutely nothing. Actually, nothing going to happen over here unless he builds nukes, which I don't think he's made any nukes yet, although he has finished the Manhattan Project. Minus 50% production towards the Manhattan Project. Actually, it's going to make it harder for everybody else to get nukes. I don't think they realize that Ottomans have already finished the project. So now he alone can make nukes, while everybody else will struggle to finish the project. Lots of planes over here, so these modern armor can't actually make any progress. They cannot step on tiles that have enemy planes deployed on them, so the only way for Grand Columbia to get through here is to make planes of his own and kill these. Or to nuke the planes. Yeah, Vescadis has spotted this. He's probably going to come finish this off. Just grinding XP on these. He has a lot of promotions on these planes because he's just shooting at stuff that doesn't have anti-air defense. Okay, we'll see if they CC vote. Are they okay with whatever? I think CC votes might have to be unanimous in this format. Yeah, okay. Just CC by score, which will put Sprig in last. Probably fair. I think he's probably going to die here. I do not think he outlasts Dodgy Dave here. Although Rowan here is looking quite hard to get to. There is a chance. There is a slim chance that Sprig outlasts. They are currently running some commands in the Discord. Wild last place ever plus, rationally speaking. It's kind of just like when you know you're completely doomed. It's like courteous to plus. Like in chess, how you resign when you're in a completely lost position. If you think that there's no realistic chance that you could get any higher than last, then you should plus. If you think that there's a very, very slim chance that you could get higher than last, then yeah, I could see your argument. And yeah, maybe Sprig could get third here. Right? It's not impossible. Khmer's on one city, so if this city dies, and then all of these cities from Persia die, before the last French city dies, he would get third. But seems like he's okay with just taking last here. Kiber struggling to run the CC boat because a bunch of people keep joining his voice channel. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Looks like it passed. It is a GG. That would be first place, Kiber and S&D. Second place, Hot Trabs and Vescatus. Third place, Bad Karma and Dave. And fourth place, Sprig and his buddy Bartsake.